Hello, everybody. Welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, October 7th. Holland Squalin, Quist Tuktumet, plus Squamish Okmeo. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that the council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available on to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Just to note, we're having some challenges with some technology here in council chambers. All of council is in attendance if you can't see them on the live stream, and we'll work throughout the meeting to close the gaps we have in that regard at this point. So council, our first order of business is adopting the agenda. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our first order of business is under bylaws is the District of Squamish Fees and Charges Bylaw number 3185/2025. I'll turn over to staff to introduce themselves and run through the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Victoria Wright. I'm the Research and Policy Clerk here at the District of Squamish. This morning, I'm joined by Melissa Bombladeau, Director of Corporate Administration. We have staff from all departments who are involved in the new bylaw on hand to answer any council questions related to the specific schedules. This morning, I will be presenting District of Squamish Fees and Charges Bylaw 3185/2025 for consideration of first three readings. The objectives I will be covering this morning are the legislation, the background, the summary of the changes, and the next steps, and then we have a recommendation for you this morning. Section 194 of the Community Charter enables council by bylaw to impose a fee with respect to all or part of a service for the municipality, the use of municipal property, or the exercise of authority to regulate, prohibit, or impose requirements. The current fees and charges bylaw was adopted in 2007 and has been amended on an as-needed basis since then, most recently of June 2025. A comprehensive review of the bylaw has not been conducted since it was adopted in 2007, and each department is responsible for reviewing the fees and charges schedules that correspond to the services offered by their respective areas. The proposed fees and charges bylaw will replace the current bylaw, which has not had the review since 2007. The changes are intended to modernize the language, correct administrative errors, and update some of the fee schedules to ensure that they meet the legislative requirements, are in alignment with neighbouring municipalities, and ensure that costs are recovered. On the screen, you can see a summary of the key changes to the new bylaw. The general administration schedule includes an addition of fees for freedom of information and tax certificates. And for filming, these fees have not increased since 2015. And since that time, industry standards, regional rates, and the volume of film activity in Squamish has significantly shifted. The fee updates introduce a tiered fee structure based on production size, modernized fee categories, and support administrative cost recovery, while keeping us competitively priced within the region. In fire rescue permits and services, addition to the fees related to inspections have been added, and then new fees have been added in relation to false and or nuisance alarms. And then for recreation, the fee increases of approximately 5% have been added in relation to user fees and facility rentals, and other changes include proposed updates to rental cancellations and advertising fees. And all the additional changes proposed in the bylaw are listed in attachment 2 of your package. Providing that the bylaw receives first three readings, it will go for adoption at a future regular business meeting. And then going forward, our intention is to present amendments on a semi-annual schedule to increase efficiency and save staff time and resources. Amendments to utility fees in line with the 2026 to 2035 financial plan will be presented for council consideration as part of the first amendment, which will be coming forward in December of 2025. Our intent that is all remaining schedules will be reviewed by the end of 2026, inclusive of all schedules relative to development services and engineering. And the recommendation that we have for you today is that District of Squamish Fees and Charges Bylaw 3185, 2025 be given first, second, and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
Sorry, trying to get my mic. Thanks very much for a comprehensive review of something as big as the fees and charges bylaw. A big piece of work. It's a lot of small things are going into it. One of the things I noticed was the Brennan Park rental facility fees, that the user fees for residents to rent increased by approximately 40%, while increases for non-residents to rent the facilities increased only by 5%. Can you speak to why that change?
Hi, Mandy Foster, Manager of Recreation. Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, so previously the way the fee structure was done, there wasn't a formula. So I'm not sure how those numbers were calculated previously. So what we did this time is we actually created a formula where our adult rate is our base rate. And then we did plus minus for the remainder of the rates. So the youth local nonprofit is that base rate minus 50%. The general public resident is the base rate plus 75%. And then the general public non-resident commercial rate is rate plus 100%. So that's why there was that greater jump for that one category.
Okay, thanks. I see how you've applied a formula, and by all means, I'm a big fan of applying formulas. But so the consequence of applying that formula is that the local rate, or the resident rate, and the non-resident and commercial rate to rent our facilities are now almost equal. Is that an intentional consequence? And if so, why?
Not intentional. We will need to take that back and review that further.
Can I just ask on this one, if I could jump in off and back to you if I'm cutting you off? Well, can we define what is the non-residence rate? Is that a corporate entity? Are we actually having a way to validate folks from out of the District of Squamish, which I know we're not doing in other cases? Just what do we mean by that?
That is, yes, people who are outside of the district. When they sign up with us, they provide address information, which allows us to understand where they're from.
And this only happens in the facility rentals, not in programming. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, so previously this was the fee structure set out, and so we built on the existing structure, and then going forward, we will be reevaluating everything and making adjustments as needed. Okay,
so we have good systems in place to validate, and like the system can handle this.
Correct.
This piece. Okay. I was wondering, in some of these, I appreciate the form that there was now that there's a formula, and the rationale. I could see some rationale behind that. This particular area of the fees and charges bylaw is the piece that had the most the least round numbers. Everything else was very $25, $20, like very what was yeah, just how I know we ended up with these based on the formula there, but rounding up, rounding down, making it simpler, cleaner, was that considered, or how did we sort of land here? Because it does sort of jump out from the rest of the fees and charges with being very particular down to the cent.
Yeah, that wasn't something that was caught.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's implement this. Hey everyone, Director of Recreation, Jay Dale, through the chair. So yeah, those fees as well, like the increase, they're already set forth in the previous schedule. So increases are based on a percentage calculation based on, regional best practices. So we just apply a percentage to the previous fee. It's not trying to round and guess what the fee should be. That's pretty common practice to not have straightforward fees. It's just a percentage applied to the previous fee.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that on. I think the same thing could be applied to the other fees that ended up in the sort of cleaner, crisper space. But I'll go to councillors. I'll ponder that as I go to Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just some questions on the rec fees as well. I just wanted to clarify the facility rentals. Those are hourly rates, correct?
Correct.
So that's one thing that we might want to clarify in the bylaw because it's not presented as such. The other one is just to be super clear that the Aquatic Center rentals, the Aquatic Center is a shared resource with the SLRD. So I want to make sure that resident rate actually includes folks of Area D as well as Squamish. And just
that is correct.
That is correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pennegill, and I'll come back to you, Councillor. Oh, and Councillor Greenlaw then.
Yeah, just on these rec fees in particular. So I think some folks are of the perspective that the SLRD pays the majority of the Aquatic Center cost. And so it does make sense they're included as residents there, but that sort of meant to offset some of the Area D use of our other rec facilities. And so I'm sort of wondering what our justification is to exclude Area D residents, for example, as count them as non-residents for fields and so on in general. And maybe this is a broader discussion to have, but it sounds like our perspective is the pool we're just really looking at as a standalone, and the amount the SLRD contributes there is not meant to offset other Area D usage. Is that accurate? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Just shifting gears, how do we manage internal use? For example, when we've had a council meeting at Brennan Park, are we paying a not-for-profit rate? Or if youth council wants to use one of these rooms, does that come out of one budget to another department budget? Or
Thank you for the question through the chair. When it's an internal District of Squamish booking, there is no money exchanged. It's free. We do our best to prioritize like internal booking spaces, meeting rooms, that sort of stuff. If those are not available, then we move to program rooms. And for example, with Youth Council, we wouldn't boot out a scheduled program. We would find empty space.
I'll add to that as well, through the chair. There's also in the fees and charges, there's in the different schedules, there's a section that speaks to not internal bookings, but local nonprofits and how we provide space at no cost for administrative bookings. So there's mechanisms both for district staff and local nonprofits, depending on what they're using to access the space at no cost. And they go through our standard booking process for that.
sorry, so I can you expand on that? I saw a not-for-profit rate, which was lower, but it sounds like there's there's two types of not-for-profit rates. Can you just explain the difference there?
Sure. Yeah. So in I think it's 17.1 and 14.1 at the bottom of each schedule, there's a section there that speaks to local nonprofits within certain conditions. If they're using it for administrative meetings, there's specific spaces that they can use at no cost. So in those cases, if they're using it for that purpose, there's no charge. If they're using it for other purposes, then they would be subject to the regular local nonprofit rates.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I just had one other question about the fees. I noticed section 14.3, it looks as though we're removing Toonie Skate and Toonie Swim, so that will no longer be available. And I was wondering what cost impact that has, like how much we're saving by doing that. Do you have an estimate?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Over the last, basically since pre-COVID, we have not run those skates because when we brought those skates in, the intent was we had maybe an hour gap on the ice. So we just charged $2 for people to come and skate during daytime ice. Since COVID, our ice time is basically booked out. And we don't have that opportunity for those small skate times. People who potentially need that lower access have access to our recreation access pass, which can be applied to our drop-in fees, our monthly passes, all of that. So that's how we keep our costs low to those who need it.
Okay, good. That was my concern, the accessibility piece. So I'm glad there's an avenue for that. And then I just had a question about the freedom of information requests. It says legislative requirement, including in fees and charges and for increased transparency. And I didn't really understand what that meant. So I'm wondering what the fee is going to be. Is it going to be similar to now where it's an actual cost of worker time of staff rate or what?
Thank you for the question. This stems from our discussion in September when the fees and charges bylaw came forward the FY bylaw came forward for consideration. There are two types of applicants. There are commercial applicants, and then there are applicants that aren't commercial. The information in the fees and charges bylaw under general administration is specific to commercial applicants. The FOIPA legislation allows municipalities to charge commercial applicants for the costs that they are incurring for specific aspects of FOI requests. To ensure that there was transparency, staff felt that including that information in the fees and charges bylaw would make it more accessible for the general public to find that information. So the information that's included in the general administration schedule 1 is specific to commercial applicants, and it is at the cost that is incurred by the district for staff time.
Okay, thanks. And just out of curiosity, is there going to be any transparency about like how much an FOI actually costs? That's like historically.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That transparency will be through the FOI process. We will be sending a detailed estimate to, and that's what we have been doing, and that's what the legislation requires us to do. So that transparency and that additional information will be through the FOI process, where we send the fee estimate and then we send a detailed actual cost incurred for the request.
I guess what I'm asking is like publicly available so that the public knows how much something costs to investigate. Because one of the pieces that I've kind of reflected on with the freedom of information requests is that they can kind of be weaponized against progressive ideology, right? And progressive councils. So one of the pieces that I'm kind of wondering about is there's the cost of staff time, right? But then there's the lost time that they are not working on other issues. So to my mind, it's of value for the public to understand that if we get like a freedom of information piece, the public understands not only there's the cost of the staff time, but the cost that's lost to the public of that staff working on their issues.
Thank you for the question through the chair. The legislation is very clear on how we can impose fee. So we can only charge an applicant or a commercial applicant fee based on the services incurred for locating and providing records. We cannot charge for anything additional, and it's outlined in the schedule as well. And therefore, the actual it's hard, it's also hard to categorize it in the schedule because that includes the benefit amount and the actual staff pay rate. So it's, and we are trying to keep the wording consistent with the legislation.
So, question to my colleague, to understand the sort of the organizational impact of these, which I think is sort of like the capacity draw, are you thinking that perhaps some reporting on what FY activity has been over that, like, is that the kind of thing that might be helpful here? Maybe not captured in fees and charges, but just broadly, which we will have another conversation about the FY bit going forward.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the crux of my curiosity is how much time is being spent on these investigations.
Okay, so the FOI bylaw will be coming back to us. So we'll save those pieces for there. As far as the fees and charges, I think we've covered it if everyone's okay with that. I've got Councillor Hamilton, then Penigal.
Yeah, thanks. Another question about recreation services, fees and charges. So I noticed that the 55 Activity Center multi-purpose room, the local youth nonprofit rate seemed to be the only rate that dropped. Was that intentional or was that not intentional? When I'm looking through, it was the only rate that actually decreased.
Yeah, thank you
Is
for
that
the question
intentional?
through the chair. Again, that was just a correction from previous schedules. And when that new formula was applied, that's how it came out. So it's a course correction.
Okay. I'll think about that for a second. Thanks.
Councillor Penigal.
Yeah, a couple things. One, when is the sort of overhaul of it sounds like this is a bit of an interim measure. When is the overall of the fees, the rec fees and so on planned for? When would we be looking at that? Or is that in our current plans?
Speak to that. Thanks for the question through the chair. There's no current plan to do a full overhaul of the fees and charges formulas or process yet. That would be a future task we'd take on. For now, there's been no increases in fees and charges in recreation for multiple years. So the intent was to work to update to something that aligns with modern best practices through a formula approach and aligns with our increasing operating costs. So that's why there was extensive work done this year to get back on doing that work. So at some point, we'll look at the entire system, but that's not in our work plan at this point.
Okay, I'll ponder that a bit. I just going back to there are a few things like with the FOI, but there's a few other places where instead of a fixed rate, it sort of speaks to actual cost and so on. What is the flexibility we have? Like, for example, for rec fees, or I was going to ask this in the context of EV chargers, could we say the fee will be based on a plus or minus percentage of hydro, or staff have the ability to set fees up to this rate for rec fees? Like, could we delegate, or like how specific do we have to be, or when can we have some flexibility and speak to actual cost or some referential thing?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the community charter states that council may impose a fee by bylaw. And so where possible, the fee should be stated in the schedule, especially as it pertains to services being provided. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to add to that the legislation also requires that the district be able to provide a report on how a fee is imposed. So our method is, and this is consistent around the province, is generally to provide something like the report to council that specifies where fees have increased, new fees, and how they were determined. So if it is just a staff rate, we would need to be able to produce something that says exactly how that was determined. So it is clear in the fees and charges bylaw for the public and to meet our legislated requirements if the fee is specified.
And so would we have the option, and I just sort of want to understand more for future, but to delegate some of this to a staff policy, so the policy clearly articulates, but then it doesn't have to come to council, and we give staff more sort of delegate some level of fee setting to staff, or is that it has to be in a bylaw?
Through the chair, the community charter doesn't give council the authority to delegate the establishment of fees. It needs to be done through bylaw. And so that requires council motion.
Okay, and then my last, shifting gears a bit, what policy, because I know we've talked on and off for a couple terms about a sponsorship policy, which we don't have. So what is guiding our standards or expectations for advertising at the rec center?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So currently we just have operational guidelines around advertising. There's no policy set forth. So yeah, we just operate on guidelines.
And with those guidelines, like, we have the community climate action plan. And so, are we accepting advertising from tobacco and alcohol, fossil fuel companies, or like what?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. If there's anything that's contentious or then it'll go through management for review and approval. So at this point, that is our current process to review anything.
So that's just, is there anything guiding the management approval at this point?
I've got Miss Glenday to weigh in here.
Thank you, through the mayor. A sponsorship policy was directed by a previous council, but it has since come off the priority list. So we currently do not have a sponsorship policy.
Okay, I think that's an issue if we're having advertising and we don't have, I'll have to chew on that. I think that's a concern. Thank you.
Okay, and a policy such as that would feed into this fees and charges. So I'm going to try to keep us onto the fees and charges piece, although I appreciate the journey of discovery that we're on to find those pieces that need, that could do with some touch up. So on the fees and charges, I've through my speakers list go ahead.
Thanks. Two questions. One, it's great that there's a formula applied, as I said before. Is it possible for us to communicate? So that wasn't clear to me when I read the staff report or when I looked at the numbers. Is it possible for us to communicate that in a policy of some kind? Because I think that will seek, I don't think that is appropriate in the bylaw itself. Corporate services can correct me if that formula should be in the bylaw or not. It doesn't seem like that's what we should be doing. But for it to be in a policy so that everybody can have clear, transparent understanding of where we get these numbers, is that a possible thing?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We don't have a current policy developed, so that work would have to, it could be put into a policy for sure. There's just no plan currently to develop a policy at this point, but it could be done. Yes.
Oh, and let me be clear. All I mean is writing down what we currently do.
Yes.
That's all I mean.
That
so that everybody is clear and that the formula is transparent.
Through the chair, I think that wouldn't necessarily require a formal policy, maybe a procedure. We are trying to move away from creating policies for absolutely everything. A suggestion could be that we may add those percentages to the schedule, or you could add a line into the fees and charges bylaw that explains that formula. Thanks.
Perfect. A procedure is fine. Somewhere that folks can see, including us, what that formula is so that we can have a clearer understanding of where we get the fees. Thanks. My next question is on credit card surcharges. I noticed that some of our fees and charges have credit card surcharges, some of them don't. What's the rationale for deciding which ones have credit card surcharges and which ones don't?
think we need someone from finance to speak to this specifically. However, the fee in the most recent FOI, I'm getting my bylaws mixed up, fees and charges amendment, we did a comprehensive review of all the fees and assigned the credit card charges at that point, and it had to do with the integration into the Tempest system, I believe.
Thank you, through the chair. Heather Boxford, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. Just adding on to our corporate officer's point there, not all fees are credit card applicable. So that was part of the exercise, is to go through the fees and charges. And when we actually don't take credit cards for those particular items, we would not charge. And the fees are established based on an average credit card fee price.
But you can pay for a facility, like a Brendan Park facilities rental, you can pay for that by credit card. Am I correct?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, you can.
But there's no credit card surcharge applied to that facility rental, correct?
Through the chair, we have not included it as a part of this update yet. I think, you know, this is a new system that hasn't been applied, I think, across the organization. And the intent is to add it to our fees and charges. Mandy, do you want to add anything to that? Or?
Yeah, in the future, we're gonna review that and determine what is best practice and what works without penalizing too much.
Again, I'll just add to that we've also looked at, when we're establishing the fees, on how often credit cards were actually charged. So not to charge the credit card fees on every fee if they're not always being charged. So it is really about a volume and how often it is actually applied as well. So more analysis is needed.
So absolutely, I can absolutely see that there's situations where it's sensible, situations where it's not. When I'm looking at the fees and charges bylaw as a whole, though, I believe that simplifying our systems by being consistent about whether we include the credit card fees in the fee, or we charge them on top, may help us and help our user groups understanding and people paying fees. But yeah, I'll leave that to further analysis, because I do accept that sometimes it's more difficult because one system may not be integrating with another system yet. Thanks.
We've got Councillor Stoner, then Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I just had some question on the filming fees. My first being, like, do we have a clear definition? What's the line between a low budget versus a major feature film? And is that well understood in industry?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. Stephanie Parsons, Manager of Cultural Services. Yeah, so we are determining the size of the budget the size of the film production company based off of their application. So when they apply with us, they let us know their crew size and their budget. Those are generally determined, just based on the production. They're usually aware in the industry of like what category they would fall into.
Okay, that's helpful. My other question was just around the fees with respect to street use versus district property. So we're proposing $200 per block per day, but then $300 for public parking lot or for parks and trails. And I'd argue that like a street closure is actually often much more impactful. So I'm just curious why the cost discrepancy there.
Thanks for the question, through the chair. So I'm going based off of so I don't want to didn't want to increase it too much. And I'm going off of regional best practices for the filming fees across municipalities. There is opportunity to increase it in the future, but for now we are increasing it. We're trying not to increase it too much based off of what it currently was. We actually do have our parking lots and our parks are often used by filming, and so we wanted to capture more of those fees from there.
Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to come back to, and this is sort of a half question for my colleagues and half for staff. We've heard about this formula, I think that is meant to approach best practices. But I would argue, it seems to me that there are some explicit value decisions, like especially given the constraints on our rec infrastructure, we might very much want a big differential between resident and non-resident rates. And, you know, the 55 activity, it may be by design that we wanted the youth rate to be much higher because we didn't want to incentivize youth usage there. And so I guess I'm wondering, are we throwing away an actual number of intentional discrepancies? And can you speak to like what the best practices say we shouldn't be using rates to control usage? And if so, like how do we manage or sort of protect local access to facilities given the demand on our infrastructure?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Okay, I'll attempt to answer this as best as possible. So the subsidies are based generally, the percentages are based generally on you know, the existing schedule, which is based on a general formula where youth have the highest level of subsidy, youth and older adults, and then adults pay the least amount of subsidy. So that's a general best practice in recreation fees. So we've continued to apply that process. In terms of you know, getting to the level of detail where you're controlling access for specific facilities and changing fees based on age categories, we don't get to that level. It's a continuous schedule that's based on the age cohort and the subsidies for that age cohort, not based on specific facilities. So again, that's a best practice as well. So that can continue to be refined and updated through, you know, policy work in the future. But that's just a general best practice. We've continued to build on that formula.
Sorry, but you know, in my mind, you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable for the resident rate to be half of the non-resident rate, for example, or at the 55 for the youth rate to be double the seniors rate, for example. And so is there something like a specific best practice or like an explanation of why we shouldn't do that?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So in terms of the facilities, it can get complex in terms of trying to you know, subsidize use based on the facility type, because those uses may change and they have diverse functions, those facilities. Even though the 5.5 is you know, called the 5.5, we may have different types of programming there to support different uses. So we don't want to influence the use of, we just want to apply a set fee across all of our facilities to maintain flexibility of usage, and maximum utilization becomes very complex for us to manage that if we start doing each site. And sorry, the first part of your question was?
Well, for example, why you wouldn't have a, you know, double the rate for non-resident versus resident.
Yeah, I think that's a part that we'll continue to look at. This is, again, is our first major fee update in several years. So as we continue to have pressures on our facilities, that becomes more of a discussion, is creating, you know, potentially more of a gap between resident and non-resident fees. So we ensure that, you know, facilities are supporting our local residents. So that is a consideration for the future, for sure, looking at those fees more closely.
So, and I'm sorry to press on this, but it seems we had a bigger discrepancy. We've removed it, and then we're going to consider putting it back in. Is there a reason why we wouldn't have just left it in and just do a 20% increase across the board? Or
yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. I think the focus this time was just on the formula around age categories, not on resident versus non-resident. So we will take that into account in future rounds as well, and consider that. But there's a lot of analysis and applying, you know, considerations of best practices and fees to this process. So yeah, we'll take that feedback into consideration for future updates.
On this non-resident piece, yeah, the gap's not huge in the fees. Makes me wonder if it's worthwhile at this point while we ponder further pieces. Like how often is that used? I could see if I lived out of area and I was renting a room to throw a birthday party for my child, I might just have my neighbor book it, or my, you know, that's also going to be attending. So, or my friend that lives in the area, you know, like it just kind of creates, I could see it creating challenges. And I just wonder, although I do feel that our pressures on our recreation from folks, particular area D of SRD are, could have meaningful impact. I don't know if we're addressing it in a meaningful way here and if it's worth the time. Like, how much are we collecting in sort of extra in the regime that we have today?
Yeah,
Do we have any idea?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We don't have that data on hand right now, but we are regionally isolated. So it's not like we have neighboring municipalities who are accessing our facility often for facility rentals. Where that may most apply is, potentially sport rentals like field rentals or ice. But even then, it's probably low volume because of our regional isolation. This is more of something that is coming to light in the lower mainland where you have neighboring municipalities using each other's facilities due to the pressures there. So yeah, I would agree that it's likely there's not as much pressure from non-residents.
Okay. I do think it's an area for sort of continued work and understanding. But I'm going to leave it there for now. I'll go back to Councillor Hamilton. I'm looking to move us through this if we can, Council.
Thanks very much. One of the pieces that we see folks like Sea to Sky Gondola, Squamish Canyon, these effectively recreation facilities that have both local and non-local. I absolutely acknowledge at this point, those are tourism-focused facilities, which is not what Brennan Park is, okay? They introduce local rates for residents. One of the impacts of that rates for residents is it makes people feel happy to contribute the discounted rate because they're becoming a deeper sense of that facility. It seems to me a natural thing, or it seems that having a 12-month locals or residents pass to Brennan Park at a discounted rate might help actually increase the amount we collect in user fees, because a resident may be happy to spend, I don't know, $650 to have their family have access to Brennan Park, but not happy to spend the current sort of $1,000 or $1,200 that it would currently cost to have a full family to have access to Brennan Park. Has that been considered? And if so, why don't we do that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we do have a yearly pass for adults, seniors, youth, and child that are different rates based on that age cohort. It does give you just under 50% of a discount when you purchase that pass, which gives you unlimited access to pool and arena drop-ins. It is not applicable to rentals or registered programs.
Yeah. And through the chair, to add to that, as Mandy mentioned, those passes are already highly subsidized for anybody who wants to use them, and the amount of people that would be non-residents using those passes because of where we are geographically, probably there's not as much value in creating a locals only pass. It's a different type of sector, recreation fees versus tourism. So I think it's not something that we think would bring a lot of value at this point. And there's already subsidies for locals, as Mandy mentioned.
Okay, thanks. And the 50%, I was just trying to figure out the 50% with respect to what? Yeah. Right? And that's with respect to your 1 month pass, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm hoping we can work towards a motion here, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. The staff recommendation is to move 3 readings. My personal main outstanding concern is just amending the facilities rentals components to recognize that those are hourly rates in most cases, not all cases, I don't think. as I read through them. And so I'm just curious if we can still give 3 readings at this time, or if that's something that needs to come back to us.
Thank you. Through the chair, you can move forward with 3 readings as amended, and then just state your amendment as part of the motion.
I'd like to propose that we move all 3 readings of the fees and charges bylaw with the amendment that facilities rentals be updated to reflect the proposed time of rental, so hourly versus daily, where applicable.
Okay, I'll second that. Would you comments?
Just thanks to staff for trying to wrangle the beast that is the fees and charges bylaw. It's always the one that is sometimes most convoluted to understand. And I think this puts us on a good footing of bringing it up to speed. I do think that there's ongoing work to be done. I think that this is the first crack of it. And I appreciate putting a little bit more cadence to the way that we address it. So less kind of like one-off amendments to a little bit more structure. And I think going forward, one of the big pieces will be the recreation fees. We've had lots of discussion here today around how that sits. I think that this is a starting point, but there's obviously ongoing discussions around how we set those fees, and that will change as we go through the budget process and we continue to think about how we invest and reinvest into our recreation facilities. So that'll all be tied into future discussions, and looking forward to having those then. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
It's unclear to me how much of our conversation needs to be captured as a motion and how much can go as feedback. But I fear that if 3 readings amend the explicit amendments for each item. Okay, so I've got a few amendments. The first.
Can I clarify that this is going to be an amendment to the motion that's currently on the floor? Yeah, okay, perfect. Just.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so the first amendment to the motion on the floor is that the recreation facility rental fees for residents are set to approximately 60% of the non-resident / commercial rental fees.
Just before I entertain a seconder for the motion, given that the main motion that we're talking about here is 3 readings, and there's likely a threshold of what is appropriate for a motion to look like at 3rd reading versus maybe less readings with more feedback. I'm going to go to staff just to clarify what we need to amend here.
Thank you. Through the chair, if there is a laundry list of amendments that are going to significantly affect this bylaw, my suggestion would be to remove the recreation fee schedule and move forward with the remainder of the bylaw and bring the recreation fee schedule back separately. This bylaw, with the adjustments in other areas, has been incorporated into the 5-year or into the 10-year financial plan. And so just making council aware that any amendments that you may make will have a knock-on effect for staff there in those areas.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about, yeah, go ahead.
And just additionally, that we will be coming back in December with another fees and charges amendment. So if council should want to provide comments and move forward with the bylaw as it is for now, we could look at addressing those concerns in the next update that's coming forward in a couple of months.
Okay, so we have 2 opportunities here. One is, I see a couple paths. We could, if your comments are on, if council's interested in amendments on particularly the rec piece, we could pull that piece and work on that. Or we can try to provide direction for a future update to allow this to move forward. So maybe before we propose amendments looking for seconders, you want to just sort of run through the pieces, and we can hive mind how we want to. I'll get comments from Councillor Hamilton, and then we'll figure out using our hive mind how best to debate them. Go ahead.
Thanks. So the first one was, as I said, the facility rental fees for residents set to approximately 6% of the non-resident or commercial rental fees. That the recreation services user fees are rounded to the nearest 50 cent. To number 3, to include a formula used to set the recreation rates in some procedure document. Perhaps that's not required as a motion. And then the fourth one, and this is one where I think maybe all of council feedback might be, this may not be certainly may not be universally supported, but that recreation services introduce a resident's annual pass that is approximately 6% of the price for non-residents, and that's for user fees, not facility rental fees, including a family pass that is valid for 2 adults and 2 children at the cost of 2 adults and 1 youth.
Okay. I think I can see we've got a couple things here. The 2 pieces that are the user fees rounded and the formula included, I think are pretty minor impacts and would fall into the path that we're on, could fall within the path that we're on now. The other pieces feel bigger and a little different. I don't know that delaying the bylaw at this phase is the move there. So what I'm going to do is, if we could, let's move those 2 pieces, and then my suggestion would be that the other 2 suggestions we debate separately for feedback for that December or later piece of work, because I don't think we're going to get the fees and charges bylaw across the line with they're included in this one, although I do think it's worthwhile to have the discussion and potentially do the work if that's the will of council. Is that, I'm just trying to figure out how we package that. Does that feel appropriate to you, Councillor?
Right. So we're in this challenge of what is the will of council, right? It's challenging because if packaging them all together, the will might be different on different items, right? So I completely agree with separating these. And my thinking was to be separating them as amendments so that we can vote on them individually as amendments. But the third reading puts a bit of a hiccup in that.
I'm just going to check with corporate officer. Let's do these. My thought here, and I'll look for guidance to make sure that I've set us up to be on side when we get to the conclusion, is that if each of these are separate and are moved and seconded and debated, if they're all adopted, then we will need to adjust the number of readings. Would be a coming amendment to sort of adjust the number of readings, or do we need to sort of back this out and start from a different starting point?
Thank you, through the chair. I have some concerns with the community charter, section 194.4, which requires the report on how the fees were determined. And so with some of the fees that we're looking to introduce here, I'm not quite sure if we're going to meet that requirement without staff going back and doing additional work just to verify those. So that's number one.
So just on that point, is one of them was rounding for clarity or ease of application or something like that? Does that what you're talking about, or are you talking about the non-resident piece?
I think a few of them. So the first one, and then the final 2 where they were speaking to, Councillor Hamilton was speaking to the annual pass and the family pass as well.
Okay, but the rounding for clarity, I think, has happened on other places in the bylaw. Just by
that's fine.
That's on side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have concerns on the other ones. At this point, I think it's staff's preference to move forward with the bylaw, taking away the the recreation fee schedule and bringing that back in December.
Okay, so I would look to, so we have a motion that's been moved and seconded here that was 3 readings. I'm trying to find a way to check in with council to see if we want to pull all the rec for this purpose. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Sorry, can I just clarify? If we were to pull the rec services fees and charges schedule, do we have anything that stands in the interim? Does the old bylaw still stand?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Good point. No, we would not. And so the amount of feedback, I think, here would maybe require us to go back to second reading and come back for third with the amendments in place.
Do you have something to add?
I was also going to mention that you can also, if you're comfortable with keeping the fees as they're proposed in the bylaw for the time being, rather than including the direction to staff as part of the bylaw readings, you could direct staff work for the future amendment. So at least we have the bylaw in place.
Yeah, thank you.
Potential for.
So given what I've heard here, as far as the complexity of achieving those outcomes and the investigation required, I would suggest that, and the workload of looking at our agenda planner already, I'm going to say that that having something come back in December is probably the fastest it's going to come back anyway. So I think directing or having a conversation about directing staff to explore and see what's possible there and to bring back for a future update would be about as far as I think is appropriate to go. So for now, we've got a mover and a seconder for an amended motion. Councillor Stoner's we have a motion on the floor. So what I would suggest we do is the user fee rounded and the formula included, if we want to move that as an amendment, I think we can include that on the path we're on. And then following this motion, we have a subsequent conversation about whether council wants to provide that other direction. I think the impact of actually bringing these fees online, the timeline's not different between those 2 paths that we're on. If we can, I think that's a way that we can sever this conversation while still moving the piece of the work that we need that are mission critical to move forward. So with that, could I get you to restate the rounded user fees and the formula inclusion amendments? I think we can do those together.
So I'll propose an amendment to the motion on the floor. That is that the recreation service user fees are rounded to the nearest 50 cent. And to include the formula used to set the recreation rates in a procedures document.
Okay. Councillor Greenlaw seconds.
Oh, no,
sorry,
I wanted
just
to be
wanted
nitpicky.
to say my computer just died. I apologize if I disappeared.
Okay, thank you. For those watching online, Councillor Hamilton is still in the room. We need an additional charger for council on this side of the room here. Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, do you want it to be an even number, or do you want it to be an even number after taxes?
So what's
an even number written in the fee schedule?
Okay, is there a seconder for that? I'll second these. I think I think just rounding for easy math makes sense. I know that there's going to be tax applied after. I was actually wondering earlier when I inquired about this, I thought that might be the answer I got back when something was applied after that it was rounded. I just think it make it read easier. So that makes sense for me. And the formula piece, I think, is an important piece to get in front of the public, so folks that are getting a discount understand that they're getting a discounted rate, and it is something that already exists and was used to arrive at the fees. So that makes good sense to me. So thanks for bringing that forward. Any other comments on the amendment? And sorry, I didn't give you a chance to speak to it.
I think I spoke to it sufficiently.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this a bit. And the amendment itself isn't so challenged, but I'm just wondering if it's better to move the bylaw without the rec changes, so leaving the current rec in place. So only the changes to the non-rec piece. And I guess my discomfort, and I'm just trying to communicate without introducing new amendments and so on, is it does seem like I know we're trying to apply a formula which changed a whole bunch, I think, of philosophical rationale why the relationship between the fees were, without having that discussion. Then that new thing is in place, and then we have to have a future discussion when there's no time about maybe going back to a proportional sort of. So I'd sort of rather, I think it may make more sense if we're not going to dig into the philosophy, just do a 20% increase across the board to rec and leave the relative numbers or something like that. So that's why I would be a bit more inclined to kind of leave the rec as it is, have that future discussion. And so that's why I'm not sure if I want to sort of fiddle with what's on the table, and maybe just a cleaner resolution to set this piece aside and discuss the rec piece in a future meeting.
I think just in if I can reply to that, I think that the following this, if we were able, if this amendment passes and ultimately the amended motion passes, that having a discussion there around what we'd like to see as a next step, I think is appropriate, and I'd like to see that there. I think, yeah, and I think this. So I'll go around and see if there's other comments on this amendment, and then we'll speak to the motion as amended as well. So I have another chance to sort of see what the package looks like. Any other comments on this before I call a question on the amendment? So specifically on the amendment, all in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pettingill opposes. Motion carries. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. And any other comments on this, Councillor French?
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I'm happy with where we've landed on this, and I support the motion. Some great work has gone into this. I think work that's probably a little bit overdue. Not pointing any fingers. There's no fault. It's just what's so. And in looking ahead, I think that there's some additional modernization that this bylaw is screaming for. And that's work that I'm comfortable putting out into the future.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I think, and I appreciate the work that's been done, and I think there are some justifications for some of the changes, but I think there are some other things that that require some council consideration before adopting, and I wouldn't want to lose. And I think where we are should be our starting point for next discussion, as opposed to a change that we don't really seem comfortable with. And so I think, yeah, with this as is, I'm wondering, well, why don't I just test it? I will, or sorry, are we voting or where are we?
We're on, sorry, just to orient everyone, we're on the main motion as amended. So if there's an additional amendment, you would be within your right to put one forward for consideration.
Okay.
Does that get you oriented where you need to be?
Yeah. So I may as well just, rather than speak to it again, just test that the changes to the rec fees be removed from the what's put forward today. So not the rec fees, just the changes.
I'm going to go to, I saw two hands over here. I'm going to go to staff first, and I'll come to you, Councillor Stoner, if you have something else.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarification, is Councillor Pettingill suggesting that the fees and charges schedule for recreation from the existing fees and charges bylaw be added to this bylaw to replace the proposed amendments?
If that's the way to accomplish what I was trying to say, yes, it sounds correct.
Okay. Council, is there a seconder for this path? Councillor Hamilton seconds. You would speak to it?
Yeah, I think, I think there's just a few more pieces. If we're going to open this up, I guess if we're not going to open up the discussion about relative fees and so on, I think we should probably just be doing a 20% or 30% increase across the board. We can justify that. If we want to start changing ratios between fees and resident, non-resident, and so on, I think that does require a bit more of a council discussion before we actually make all those changes. And so that's why I would propose removing this piece.
Okay. Other thoughts on this, Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think one of my discomforts with the user fees, as I communicated early, was that the change, the sort of, I think, unintentional change of the resident versus non-resident rental fees. And I think that removing that change, it was an unintentional consequence of applying the formula. If I understood what staff replied there, I think that might be this might be a sensible path forward so that we can remove that unintentional change. So we can write a formula that packs that in if we want it to be there.
Councillor Stoner.
Procedurally, I'd feel comfortable giving the second reading if folks really wanted to change the rec schedule, but I think just switching it out at this point, not having it in front of us and giving it 3 readings as such is difficult for me at this time procedurally. So I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I do think that the work that is done here, I appreciate not wanting to have to go back and forth, but I think it does move us along in the continuum. And I heard that there's ongoing work. And as I said in my initial comments, like there was good discussion here. And I think it gave staff a lot of food for thought. And it's coming back to us in December. And so it might result in a slightly adjusted amendment at that time and a more fulsome discussion. But I feel like I'm comfortable giving it 3 readings at this point, as is.
Thank you. Other comments on the amendment? I'll speak to it. I think I understand the concerns, and personally, I've been satisfied in the responses of staff as to how these were. How the fees were arrived at and the logic used. I think we're in a different space. The comments around wanting to maybe ensure, direct certain users to certain facilities. We're in such a facilities deficit. I think having the ability to book a space and, we're going to need to pop you in over. We can't get you in at the Brennan Park room you wanted, but we have a space for you over at the 55. Oh, that's 3 times as much because of some fees charges that we're trying to manage for something else. I don't see that being something that we want to direct at this table. I see it as a complication for staff. The non-local piece I know is going to see some more attention. I've been an advocate for non-local considerations at the SRD table, and here it's a factor we need to really understand, particularly as development. I think less so for folks in Area D at this point in time, but over time, as development occurs there, become more and more appropriate. But at this point in time, we're not hearing that there's a huge financial impact to this. So doubling the rates for non-locals, I don't know that we'd see another dollar. I do think that modernizing these and moving forward at this point as far as we can makes good sense. I would like to hear following this. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. Hopefully the main motion passes as amended, and then we can hear from staff what that December amendment might look like. They might need a timeout to discuss that, and then we can entertain another motion there. That's where I'm comfortable. And I feel like one of my comments may have raised a hand over here, which is always alarming, but go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, before council votes on this amendment, could staff have a quick timeout?
Yes, I'm going to do a round of comments, and then we'll get right to the end there, and then we'll go. Any other comments on this before a staff timeout? Seeing none, we will recess the meeting. Is 5 appropriate? 10? Okay, we're going to do 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene following. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We've had a brief recess to staff requested a moment to confer. Before I go to Ms. Glenday for that, I just want to clarify the motion that we have on the floor, the exact wording, I think requires some clarity. Councillor Pettingill, the motion was around removing and replacing the recreation schedule, but there's also the 55 schedule, which I believe was involved in your comments. So I just want to check with the mover and ultimately the seconder if that was the intent of your motion, was both schedules.
Yeah, I mean, I guess taking a step back, my ultimate intent was to test the idea. Is there a path to sort of set aside the rec piece, however we get there? And if it's easier at this point to just rescind that motion, do a straw poll and then move on, I'm fine with that too. I'm just trying to figure out like
Okay,
the room.
because also in the motion that you amended, there was some specific direction that refers to the schedules that would be removed if this passes. So I think I'm going to go to, before I make my suggestion of how we proceed here, I'm going to go to Ms. Glenday for some other context around the impacts of this motion to the rest of our work here.
Thank you. Through the mayor, it's important for council to know before you consider this amendment that's on the floor that what this amendment would require is amending the current financial plan that's coming, not current, sorry, the proposed financial plan and the budget schedule. So this creates knock-on effects in terms of the finance team having to go back and update the current proposed financial plan that is actually coming to you shortly later today. And that would be an untenable impact given the deadlines we're facing, as well as other issues that are stressing our exempt staff capacity right now.
So just on that point, the motion that we're contemplating amending further here included some guidance around rounding of some fees to the nearest 50 cent, I believe was where we are. There's a few moving pieces here, but that's where we are. Does that have the same, does that require an impact, or is that impact negligible enough that we're not in the same position with the overall motion?
Thank you. Through the mayor, the rounding in the last motion is so negligible that it wouldn't require a financial plan amendment.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So we do need to provide clarity, make sure that we all understand what we're voting on here. So the motion was to remove the rec schedules. I believe you intended that to be the 55 schedule and the recreation schedule. And I think what we'll do is I'd like to call the question on that piece. And then that would leave us, if it passes, it leaves us with a motion that doesn't make sense to itself, and we'll have to do another amendment to clean that up. So we may not need to do that if this motion fails, which is my preference, just for the record again. So I'm going to, any further comments on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw, Stoner, Mayor Herford, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, opposed. Motion fails. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any further comments on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pettingill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, we had, if we can remember back to earlier in this discussion, we had some suggestions around facility rental rates and the ratio between or the cost difference between a local and non-local rate, as well as a suggestion of a pass. And there was comments around another update coming to us in December. So I'd like to understand, could someone speak to what we should expect in December before we entertain any motions around providing guidance into that? Because I know there's going to be a subsequent conversation here about potentially providing some guidance in there. So what's next in fees and charges, seeing as we've moved through this phase?
Thank you. Through the mayor, there is a fees and charges amendment coming in December to address the utility rates. And so at that point, we would likely, if there are additional fees that need to be adjusted, bring forward 2 bylaws for council's consideration, one addressing specifically utilities for the 5-year financial or 10-year financial plan requirements and to meet the legislation. That has a timeline, and so that bylaw will stand alone just to address those for those purposes. And then additionally, if we have more amendments for fees and charges, we'll bring forward an amendment bylaw to address like kind of a catch-all like today, but not as big.
So do we have I guess the points that have been brought up here, I just wonder about how realistic that timeline is for something of the scale that we're talking about. I don't know how impactful that is for to be developed. So just before we have motion or moved and seconded, I just would like to understand if these, understanding the justification, if they're defendable around higher rates for non-locals, and which we heard had some legislative requirement around it, and exploring a pass. Oh, sorry, I need to get the details again on that, but just what sort of, is that realistic to get back to us for that December update?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Due to operational considerations and, impacts due to the strike, we're unclear if we can bring it back, review this and bring it back for December. So it's unlikely, but, we'll see how things go.
Okay, so just thank you for that. So I'll go to you, Councillor Hamilton. I think I think it's worthwhile for us to have a conversation about it and put it to see the will of council on these matters. I would suggest anything that you put forward, maybe not have that time expectation on it, given that we don't understand what it takes to do these pieces. But so instead of at a December update, at a future update, and it might be a little bit later if it's successful, would be my suggestion there. But I'll turn it to you if you want to put forward a motion or two.
Thanks very much. I just want one question of clarity on the resident, non-resident distinction as it relates to the community charter. What you said in your talk was that you thought that there was some possibility that we would not be able to do a resident to non-resident distinction because of the community charter. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, Ms. Forrest, if you could remind us of the piece where we need to show justification for the fees.
Thank you. Through the chair, the community charter provides that council can establish a fee to recover costs or partial costs related to a service. And an additional requirement is that a report is provided along with that fee introduction that explains how the rate was determined. And so if council wanted staff to look into different types of fees, staff would have to go back, write a report on what that fee should be and how they determined it. And that would meet the requirement of the community charter.
Just a follow up on this, if I get it straight in my mind, it might help. So if in that process, I'm just going to pick it came out that our cost for an hour was actually $100, but we were charging $80 for the maximum for the community, but we actually charged the real cost to a non-resident, that would be defendable. But if that real cost was 100, we couldn't charge 150 just to be punitive. Is that where the limitations are?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to attempt to answer this, but finance may need to weigh in. My understanding is that as long as your bylaw establishes if you're charging beyond the rate, if the excess is going back into the service provision, then that's allowable. And I stand to be corrected on that. So I'll look to finance if that's incorrect.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That is my understanding as well.
Okay, that gives us what our constraints are or aren't. Go ahead.
Great. So my motion spoke to a 60% difference. And the way I got that number was our current 60% difference in the facility rental fees, right? The current fees, not the ones we just passed or discussed. The non-resident fees, I believe, were approximately 60% of the resident fees for facility rentals. And so I'm just applying that same logic to user fees, because a user is just one person as opposed to renting the whole facility. So that's how I arrived at that number. Whether that meets the bar for the community charter, that's, don't know. So put forward a motion at this point, and I'll have
the floor is yours.
Should I be putting forward a motion with two components? We can discuss them individually to give staff guidance on what to bring forward in the next update.
Try your motion, and then I'll go to Councillor Pettingill next. You don't need to second it, but you can ask questions and move for a second.
Okay. So direct staff to bring forward the two following considerations at the next possible recreation facilities fees and charges update. Number one, that the recreation facility rental fees for residents be set to approximately 60% of the non-resident / commercial rental fees. Number two, that recreation services considers including a resident's annual pass that is approximately 60% of the price for a non-resident pass, including a family pass that is valid for 2 adults and 2 children or youth at a cost of 2 adults and 1 child. Would you like me to forward that to council?
I think everyone would like to see that in writing. I'm going to go to, before I entertain a seconder here, I'm going to go to Councillor Pettingill. I think you had questions. I just wanted to get that out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just just want to follow up. If we are sort of justifying, can we justify based on our current bylaw a new rate, especially if we pass a different bylaw in the interim? Can we say like, hey, this approximately 60%, the justification is we're just keeping the same ratios as we had previously? Or do we need a more substantial analysis that digs into actual costs and so on and so forth?
Through the chair, could I ask Councillor Pettingill to repeat that question? I didn't catch all of it.
So if we're asking for a potential update, because the community charter says, you know, we have to explain how we got to the rates. Is it sufficient to say, well, we had a bylaw that had a ratio and we're just increasing percentage-wise that same ratio? Is that sufficient, especially if we've made a change to ratios in the interim? Or would we have to go back and understand the actual cost of service provision and revenues and all of that to justify an approximately 60% number? Or do we know at this point?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to reiterate what I heard. If we move forward with this bylaw, and if council move forward with the bylaw as it stands and adopts it, are you asking if we can go back to the previous fees with an increase of 20%? And then what would be required for that?
Well, it sounds like that would be the justification for what Councillor Hamilton is proposing. And I'm asking, is that a sufficient justification, the fact that we had those ratios in the past, or is implicit in Councillor Hamilton's ask, the staff need to do a whole bunch of research on actual costs and revenue and all that sort of thing?
The community charter requires a report, the municipality to produce a report that explains how the fees have been determined. That is all that is said in there. So if council directed staff to look into different fees, staff would produce a report making a recommendation, and that would meet the needs of the community charter.
Okay. Did you want to, was there a comment here? No. Councillor Stoner, did you have a comment or were you seconding? Okay, I'll be looking, is there a seconder for the motion? I'm not seeing a seconder for this motion, so I'm going to suggest we move on with our agenda. I will provide a quick comment and to see if it addresses. I do think that there's a even with the fees and charges that we passed, the non-residents piece jumped at me. I think we all kind of asked questions in and around this. I think that this topic does deserve some further attention in a very intentional way with the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District and its residents. The way that the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District's residents can contribute to recreation services in a meaningful way would be through likely establishment of a service area, which they would need to consent to. So I think that being clumsy in this area might actually make it harder for us to actually recover funds in a impactful way for our recreation services from Area D residents, as their consent to funding our recreation services would be required. So I do think that this topic deserves more attention, but that's not in this way and not today. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make clear in my proposed motion, I had not specified the definition of resident, and I was not excluding the possibility that residents of the SLRD would be included in this. Just to be clear, I'm not speaking to just residents of the District of Squamish. SLRD and Squamish Nation are included in that.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Stoner, do you have a comment before I would like to move us along if possible?
Yeah, I'd like to propose one quick motion, hopefully, that staff bring back a discussion about rec services fees and charges to a future committee of the whole meeting after the 2026-2035 budget process. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I do think that there's a lot to unpack here, and I think time is a little bit of the essence here where we're at in our current budget process. There are questions of values judgment. There's components of the MOU that we signed with Squamish Nation that speak specifically to ensuring that there are accessible rates for Squamish Nation members going forward. So there's big questions here. We're not going to solve them today. I think it is important that we continue to move forward with the amendment to the fees and charges bylaw in line with our current financial planning process and make sure that we have time and space to have this discussion in a more fulsome manner in 2026. So that's why this motion's on the floor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll support this for the reasons stated. Just want to shoehorn one other comment because we didn't have comments on the main motion, but I think a mini sponsorship policy may be in order. I think with the amount of work and investment into our climate action plan and a few other things, a little bit of guidance there I think is important. We already had fees in place for advertising, so we've just increased those slightly, but I think this has made me realize that that is a gap that I'm not comfortable leaving. Topic for another day, but I think that a mini policy is in order.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, well, first of all, thank you to all staff for putting together this work. This is a behemoth, a giant effort. But I was also going to shoehorn in on Councillor Pettengill's comment, which even like, for me, even an understanding of what's considered what controversial, if we could just define that so that there's a clear barrier where staff comes to council would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Council, I just I'm just doing a quick check because we did start 5 minutes late but we're over an hour behind now on our agenda that does take us to 9 or 10 at night. So I'm just going to double check with staff here any adjustment. So just give me 1 second, please. Okay, so we'll move on to, we're going to stick with the order that we have. So for our friends from the library, I'm sorry we're running so far behind, but it doesn't work to shuffle. So we are going to move on now to staff report. So 4.1, which is 2026 to 2035 financial plan, particularly the Cheekeye debris flow barrier. Okay, and then for staff not involved with the Cheekeye debris flow, we will call you back after when you're needed, so you're free to go as per direction from Ms. Glenday. Following this presentation, we'll have presentation from the library, and then we'll get back to the financial plan. So thank you for joining so far. Sorry, what was that? Oh yeah. So before we get going here, we have a statement from Councillor Stoner related to this topic. So go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to clarify, I had previously declared a conflict of interest in matters related to Cheekeye, specifically development permit applications in and around the area. I do own a property on Ross Road. I will not be declaring a conflict of interest today, however, due to section 104 of the community charter, which says that the conflict of interest components do not actually apply in matters of community of interest exception. Specifically, the pecuniary interest of a council member is not pecuniary interest in common with electors of the municipality generally. And this topic is broad enough that it impacts everyone in the community, and so it is not a specific conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And with that, turn over to staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rianne Sousa, and I'm the Director of Financial Operations at the district. To assist with addressing me, my pronouns are she and her. I'm joined here today by David Rolston, Senior Manager of Infrastructure Planning. I'm here today to present on the Cheekeye debris flow barriers impact on the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. The purpose of the presentation today is to update Council on the financial impact of the Cheekeye debris flow barrier ownership and request Council direction on what taxation, expenditures, and reserve transfers to include in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. The Cheekeye River development proposal is led by Squamish Sea and Sky Developments Ltd, which I'll refer to as SSSD. The development lands are located on the Cheekeye fan debris flow area in Brackendale. The project received rezoning approval in June 2024 for 1,215 units and rezoning approval in June 2025 for an additional 180 units, bringing the total development to 1,395 units. To mitigate debris flow risks to the development site, SSSD has been required to fund the construction of a debris flow barrier. Once the barrier construction is complete and has received district final acceptance, barrier ownership, including all associated costs, will transfer to the district. The expected date for transfer of ownership to the district is June 2026. During rezoning, SSSD prepared cost estimates over a 100-year timeframe for barrier operations, maintenance, capital repairs, and post-event cost or restoration costs. At the request of the district, SSSD has updated the cost estimates to reflect 2025 dollar values. These cost estimates have been reviewed and adjusted accordingly by district engineering staff. The district may recover all or part of the costs associated with barrier ownership by levying a local area service tax against the properties located within the boundaries of the local service area. To do so, the electors within the local service area must approve moving forward with this method of taxation. If council elects to fund only a portion of costs through a local area service tax, the remainder must be funded through a general taxation. In 2018, council endorsed the concept of cost-sharing operations and maintenance between the local area service tax and general taxation, as the barrier protects the new development and provides community-wide benefit. A specific split between the local area service tax and general taxation was not determined. In 2018, however, this direction is now required to inform both the 2026 to 2035 financial plan and preparation of the local area service tax bylaw. The community charter provides different options for obtaining approval of the electors, which are either a petition signed by at least 50% of the owners of the properties representing 50% of the assessed value of the land, and improvements that will be subject to the local area service tax, or through assent of the electors in the local service area, also known as a referendum. The development lands are currently owned by SSSD, and it is a condition of the land development agreement with SSSD that there must be a submission of a positive local service petition for a local area service tax to apply to the new development prior to issuance of any building permits. As such, the local area service tax will only apply to the development. In September 2024, the district entered into an agreement with the province. Per the agreement, the province will indemnify the district for specified restoration and capital costs related to debris flow events. One of the terms of the provincial indemnity agreement is that the district is required to start making reserve contributions when SSSD has awarded substantial performance on the barrier, which is estimated to be April 2026. Therefore, taxation associated with barrier ownership will commence in 2026. The provincial indemnity agreement requires that the district transfer at a minimum $540,000 per annum, increasing each year by CPI, less the actual costs of operations and maintenance expenditures to a reserve that I'll refer to as the operations, maintenance, and capital reserve. The reserve is restricted per the terms of the provincial indemnity agreement to future Cheekeye debris flow barrier operations, maintenance, and capital expenditures. In 2025 dollars, the average annual operations and maintenance expenditures over a 100-year timeframe are estimated to be $540,000. However, each year staff will refine estimates and recommend to council the inputs into the 10-year financial plan, which is adopted annually. Based on the 100-year timeframe estimates, it is recommended that the district tax for $540,000 per year, increasing annually by CPI, from 2026 to 2035, which is the minimum required by the provincial indemnity agreement. The minimum will fund annual operations and maintenance expenditures, and surplus amounts will be contributed to the operations, maintenance, and capital reserve. The increase to annual property taxation is approximately 0 to 1.2%, depending on the split between local area service and general taxation. In recognition that the barrier ownership is planned to transfer to the district partway through 2026, it is recommended that $135,000 is transferred from the general operating reserve to prorate taxation in the year of implementation to offset a portion of general property taxation. The transfer will reduce the general property taxation impact by 0.3%, and the general operating reserve will be repaid in 2027. The provincial indemnity agreement requires that the district contribute $300,000 per year, increasing annually by CPI, to a reserve that is restricted to post-event restoration and sediment management. I'll refer to this reserve as the post-event restoration reserve. In addition, the agreement requires that the district contribute $300 per year per unit, increasing annually by CPI, for each building permit for an additional unit that is issued beyond the originally zoned 1,215 units within the protection zone. Subsequent to the initial rezoning in June 2025, an additional 180 units were rezoned for a total of 1,395 units. The total annual contribution for 180 units in 2025 dollars is $54,000. Staff anticipate the building permits for the additional units will not be issued within the next 10 years. As the post-event restoration reserve is restricted by the province and only accessible to the district for sediment management, which is estimated to be $75,000 per year in 2025 dollars over a 100-year timeframe, staff recommend the minimum required by the provincial indemnity agreement is contributed to the post-event restoration reserve. In the 2026 to 2035 financial plan, staff recommend $300,000 per year, increasing annually by CPI, be contributed to the post-event restoration reserve. The general property taxation impact is 0% to 7.7%, depending on the split between local area service and general taxation. The planned capital repairs and rehabilitation over a 100-year timeframe required for the barrier are estimated to be $44 million in 2025 dollars. Capital repairs and rehabilitation are estimated to start occurring in 2035. In addition, the Public Works Department requires the vehicle to allow staff to access the barrier that is estimated to cost $75,000 in 2025 dollars and requires replacement every 10 years. In recognition that the province allows the district to utilize the operation, maintenance, and capital reserve for these expenditures, and sizable capital repairs and rehabilitation do not commence until the year 2050, staff recommend that the surpluses from the operations, maintenance, and capital reserve is utilized to fund the first 10 years of capital expenditures, which is estimated to be $607,000 in 2025 dollars. And begin saving for future planned capital expenditures starting in 2036. The projected reserve balance at the end of 2035 is $657,000. The province has specified in the provincial indemnity agreement that only certain post-event capital repairs will be indemnified, and they must be due to a debris flow. The table on this slide represents the capital repairs that are ineligible for provincial indemnification by volume class and probability. In circumstances that post-event capital repair costs are required, the district has the option to access the Cheekeye debris barrier operations, maintenance, and capital reserve to pay for these costs. However, should this occur, the timeline for saving for future planned capital expenditures will need to be reassessed. The barrier is designed to a robust standard and has undergone a thorough review process by an independent engineering review panel comprised of engineering experts. However, as with all infrastructure, it is not possible to eliminate all possible risks of damage due to extreme or unforeseen events. Staff intends to perform further work with SSSD to further understand what these events may be and their probability. Staff are currently in discussions with the Municipal Insurance Association of BC to understand the insurance options for repair costs that are not indemnified by the province. The outcome of the discussions will be presented to Council at a future meeting. Although the local area service tax bylaw will be adopted annually at the time the local service area is established, or starting at the time the local service area is established, the allocation between the local area service and general taxation must be set at the time the local area service is established. The allocation cannot be changed without assent of the electors. Currently, the development lands are only owned by SSSD. However, once developed, there will be many owners, and there is no certainty that future owners would assent to local area service tax bylaw changes. The table on this slide details the total annual cost and the minimum and maximum allocation to local area service and general taxation based on 100-year averages. In addition, it does not include property insurance costs, as discussions with the Municipal Insurance Association of BC are still underway. In consideration, the barrier benefits a wider area than the Cheekeye River development. Staff recommend a 50-50 allocation between local area service and general taxation. The table on this slide details the total annual operating and maintenance costs and reserve contributions as required by the Provincial Indemnity Agreement and the minimum and maximum allocation to local area service and general taxation as presented in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan for the year 2026. In the financial plan, each subsequent year is increased by an estimated 2% CPI. The minimum local area service taxation is estimated to be between $0 and $691, and the general taxation is estimated to be 0 to 1.6%. A 0 to 1.6% increase, depending on the split between local area service and general taxation. The table on this slide details 3 options for allocation between local area service and general taxation in 2026 for the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. The options are for demonstration purposes, and council is not confined to these options. To note, taxation is reduced in 2026 compared with future years due to the proposed $135,000 transfer from the general operating reserve and not beginning to save for future planned capital repairs until later years. Again, staff's recommendation is a 50-50 split between local area service and general taxation. This averages to $346 per unit per year of local area service taxation and a 0.6% increase in general taxation in 2026. Staff recommend that the Cheekeye debris flow barrier taxation expenditures and reserve transfers as presented are incorporated in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. The recommended motions are on this slide. This concludes the presentation. I'll now turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Council, questions on what we've heard or contents of the report? I'll go Councillor Penningill in French.
Yeah, I think I have 3 in sort of different directions. One, the vehicle required, is that a specialized vehicle, or is that just operations and maintenance will require an FTE, and that FTE will require a vehicle, and so it'll be a fairly standard vehicle?
Through the chair, yes, it'll just be a standard vehicle for public works to gain access to the barrier site.
Okay, and it's not possible for a shared vehicle or reusing it. Really needs, we're at full capacity with our existing fleet, and that's why this is in there.
That's correct.
Okay. What are the restrictions, and I may be confusing, I'm not sure if it works the same as tax areas in a regional district, but once we establish the local service area, what are our restrictions on annual changes to the requisition without elector assent? So if just council wants to change, is it like plus or minus 5%, or what's the sort of rule?
Through the chair, there's a nuance to your question, so I'm just going to take a bit of a step back. So there's an understanding of local area service establishment and then the difference between the local area service tax bylaw. So the first step is to establish the local service area, which is the Cheekeye River development. And through that establishment process, council has to include an amount, and that's the maximum amount that can be taxed throughout the life of the local service area establishment. To change that amount, it then has to go through the full elector assent process that it did to establish the local service area. With regard to the local area service tax bylaw, it's a separate bylaw. So this bylaw is adopted annually. And again, the total requisition can only be the maximum amount that was included in the local service area establishment. And then that's distributed like general taxation is across properties based on property value.
So there's no mechanism to establish something that sort of sets that base rate, but then we can up to 5% annually change it. It's like the 100-year amount we set, that's fixed and that's what it is.
Through the chair, yes, with the exception of it can increase annually by inflation.
And is that because we're stating that when we create the bylaw, or that's what a provincial regulation says?
It's due to legislation.
Okay, thank you. And then the last...
Just a second. I saw some hands on this particular piece, and I'm going to just quickly on the inflation piece. Is this inflation that we decide or actual inflation, like CPI? Because I understand we used 2% for the calculations, but our lived experience is, has been different recently, and it's likely going to be different in the future. So how is that established? Do we just put CPI in and then that can feed into it, or are we deciding what that's going to be at this point?
Through the chair, when we establish it, it'll be in 2026 dollars. And in the local service area establishment bylaw, it'll say increasing by inflation annually. We're purposefully not including the type of inflation like CPI because we want the opportunity to, because there's different costs, be able to apply different types of inflation to those costs.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. On the question of the elector and what our mobility is after the local area service may be implemented, you said that a change needs to go with the assent of the electors. Is that the electors just in the local area service, or is that all of Squamish? I'm thinking of a change to reduce, if you do establish a local area service and then you reduce it, probably the people in the local area service are going to be in support, but that's going to impact the folks out of the local area service. So I'm just wondering where the elector, who is the elector?
Through the chair, the local service area is proposed to be established for the Cheekeye River development. So then to change the local area service tax, it's that development. At the outset, it's one property owner, which is SSSD. As the development continues, it'll be more property owners, which then becomes more problematic for attaining assent of the electors, potentially. With respect to reducing it, what the expectation is that we would include a reasonable maximum in the local service area bylaw establishment and only tax up to what the actual costs are. So not overtax, just because the bylaw says we can tax up to a certain amount.
Yeah, it's a concept we don't use frequently around this table, so it's fine. Go ahead, Councillor Stoner. Did I see your hand?
Yeah, thank you. A few questions. Can you remind me, in the staff report, it outlines the ineligible capital repairs in the provincial indemnity agreement that covers volume class 1 through 6. What does the provincial indemnity agreement actually cover? What are eligible capital repairs?
So the primary cost that the indemnity agreement covers is sediment removal. That's the vast majority of it, but it also does include capital repairs for beam replacement. There are beams that span across the outlet, and those are designed to accept damage, and that after a major debris flow, they may need to be repaired or replaced. So that's the only actual capital repair cost that is covered by the indemnity agreement. And so other elements like concrete damage or erosion, abrasion, those sorts of things are not indemnified by that agreement.
Are we able to use the post-event restoration reserve after like a volume class 4 event to clean it out? Like that's what the post-event restoration reserve is for, correct?
The post-event restoration reserve is to clean out sediment following a large event. I don't believe it can be used to fund capital repairs. Its exclusive use is for the purposes of sediment removal. So we could use the operations and maintenance reserve fund to fund capital repairs, but not the post-event reserve.
Okay. And then I was just curious. So we're putting this into our financial plan starting in 2026 with the decision here as to how we're going to separate between general taxation and the local service area. You just mentioned that for the local service area right now, there's just one landowner. Do they then carry the cost of that full portion? Like whatever, say we go with 50-50 as presented, they cover the cost of that 50% until such time there's development on that site. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct.
Okay, I apologize to Councillor Pettingill. We got off on the speakers list a little bit to follow up on some things. I'm going to go. My original speakers list has Councillor Pettingill, Councillor French, and then Councillor Greenlaw.
Okay, thanks. Just my last question. Just thinking about this, there's presumably a significant land lift for not all of Squamish, but for an area beyond just this particular development. Is there any mechanism like some sort of latecomer agreement type of thing to capture some of that land lift and distribute things, or is really the local area service and general taxation, those are truly the only two mechanisms we have?
Through the chair, just to start, and then I'll ask my colleague David Ralston to speak to latecomers specifically. With regard to the increase in property values, we have contemplated that, and that's the role of BC assessment. So if property values are assessed by BC assessment to increase, that would then increase the general taxation that they pay. In terms of a latecomer or any other mechanism, no, we don't have any other mechanisms. If you're interested in the legislative rules around latecomers, my colleague David Ralston can speak to that. But first, just maybe ask if you'd like that legislative piece around latecomers.
Just on this, I think I don't know. We need to go into legislation around latecomers, but I think maybe another way to get at what your question was is a question aligns to the question I had. If there is a rezoning application for someone else in that area that is now experiencing this protection, is this something that we could as part of that we could secure their participation in a local service area through a mechanism such as that, just sort of because it does protect more than just this area, but maybe when there's a land use change, there's an opportunity. Is that something that staff has contemplated or sees as a path forward as things evolve more broadly in the area?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Heather Boxer, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services. So any changes to the local area service bylaw would require assent of the electors. So would it be reduction, increase, or area change would require that. So we would not be able to capture rezoning in that instance under the local area service bylaw.
But it could have its own.
Could absolutely have its own. But it would require assent of those folks involved.
Right. So in a rezone or something, we might be able to secure that similar to where we are now. But I'll go to Mr. Ralston.
Yeah. So with respect to the latecomers, so that's latecomers agreements are things that cover access or extended services. And there's certain types of eligible infrastructure. So dikes, which the barrier is considered a dike, is not an eligible type of infrastructure. And also it's not considered an access service because it was specifically required to enable the safety of this development. So latecomers, but that's really more a mechanism to allow developers to recover capital costs for capital expenditures to allow a development to proceed. But I think the point of this question is to fund future operations and maintenance costs. And then that leads into so within our official community plan, we have policy that once we have an area-wide mitigation strategy that's provided by the barrier, that we would complete a sub-area plan and update our development control policy to potentially enable future developments on the Cheekeye fan. And that future development through a rezoning process or something like that, you could establish a new local area service that could then subsidize those future operations and maintenance costs.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Happy to report my 3 questions were all answered.
Okay, go team. Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I just kind of have an worst case scenario out there question. What happens if the landowners go bankrupt?
Through the chair, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure at this point. I think we'd have to bring that back.
Okay, thanks. I'm just curious because sometimes developers do that.
Yeah, I think the just this whole thing is about worst case scenario. So from a hazard perspective. So yeah, go ahead.
But on that though, so if you have somebody who's not paying their property taxes or a local area service tax, their taxes go into arrears, and we have mechanisms for which we can actually collect that money.
That's correct. It would go into tax sale. So the bankruptcy piece would be very nuanced in terms of where we're at in construction of the barrier, if we're post-construction, if we're into the local area service tax or area establishment. So nuances and scenarios along the timeline.
But we have a method to collect that and it wouldn't default to the district. That's what I'm getting at.
Correct. It would be through tax sale.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Do we have any local area service taxation regimes within the district currently?
Presently, we don't have a local area service established. The Downtown Business Association operates somewhat like a local area service, but it's separate legislation. It's not actually a local area service.
And part of this question is certainly coming from the fact that our service level changes for 2026 and moving forward are coming up to us and in the same package. Have we considered or have we looked at what the service level change from our finance team, from our tax collection regime would be required to implement this local area service?
Through the chair, yes, that's all been considered in the 100-year financial forecasts that have been prepared by the developer, reviewed by both engineering and finance and public works staff. So that's all incorporated.
So the staff to implement the local area service taxation, like the administrative staff to do that, has been accounted for in the operation and maintenance budget?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And 2 service level changes will be coming through the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. Beyond that, we're not anticipating any incremental staff service level changes to come forward.
Okay, and when you say 2, does that mean 2 staff members or 2 changes?
Through the chair, for clarity, 2 staff members, 1 engineering staff member and 1 public works staff member.
And those staff members are specifically related to the local area service? Or so what I'm trying to understand here, so there's going to be a cost to implementing a local area service because we don't have one. There's going to be an impact on the finance team, on the taxation team. We see that throughout the service level changes, right? Every time we put in a policy, it costs money to implement. So I'm trying to get an idea of how much we would save by not implementing any local area service taxation and keeping things all in general taxation.
Through the chair, I'll start with the finance team and then pass it over to my colleague, David Ralston, for the engineering and public works staff. The heavy lifting for the finance team is done. That was the past 2 years of working on the Cheekeye River development, local area service taxation, provincial indemnity agreement. All of those were the heavy lift for finance. going forwards, this will just roll into our general taxation process, which isn't expected to need any additional resources to administer for engineering and public works staff. Pass it over to David Ralston.
Yeah, the full-time there's a full-time engineering position to complete all the inspections and basically complete and oversee all of the work required for the operations and maintenance of the barrier, and the same with public works to do all the activities that have been identified in the operations and maintenance manual. It's not specific to your question about those staff members aren't related to the local area service, but rather just for the maintenance of the barrier.
Okay, thanks very much. So this is no, that's not it's not a question, it's a comment. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So I have a couple questions of my own, then I'll go back around. The sort of the aspect of this where we lock in for extreme amount of time is a challenging concept to me. So I really want to make sure that I understand it. We've seen the unit count change through our normal process, and that's, I'm going to say that's likely could continue. If the density there increases because of changing community requirements or developers' desires, so on, and the combination of those things, what mechanism do we have to sort of use that? There's talk of like per unit. There'd been some math around per unit numbers, and trying to understand that area generates 50% of the taxation. Like, is there room to adjust? Because in my mind, one of the solutions here, I think, would be to authorize 100% funded by the service area, but actually only collect half. Then we have room to adjust if there's an increase in what happens there. Or just, I'm trying to make sure that we build in our first step here has the most flexibility and makes sense. And maybe I'm worried about something I don't need to be worried about, which is, I'm happy to hear that as well. But just, do we need to can we overshoot on what our maximum is, and then have our actual ask or actual taxation come out lower than that, and it gives future councils room to adjust over time to tie it to other things that may be asked to occur in that development area?
Through the chair, we've also been putting our heads to that same concern. So through the the reason for building a 100-year financial model is so that we can understand each year where the ups and downs are. And the intent would be to establish a local area service, a local service area establishment bylaw with what we see as the max. So that's how we're looking at it, and with work. Also, it would include inflation. Sorry, I was just getting lost on that one thought.
No, that's okay. It's just when you say the maximum, you mean maximum expense incurred, or the maximum like future change in land use?
Through the chair, the maximum expenditures. So it is a risk. We have to make it, or council needs to make a decision when we establish the local service area, which will be intended to come to council in December.
Okay. Then so we establish a local service area. A resident buys a home there. They're contributing to the service area, but they're also paying taxes. So would it be safe to say, just to make sure I understand this mechanism, that the folks that are paying into the local service area are paying not just 50%, but 50% plus their portion of their taxes, general taxes that go to that? Is that
through the
correct?
chair? Yes, you're correct.
Okay. And then I'm thinking about, I'm happy to hear that the staffing has been considered, including a vehicle and so on. I know that the district has some responsibility or some need to access anyways the master water intake, which is in a similar area, but are we taking on any responsibility for the road network leading there? It's many kilometers of Forest Service road. Has that changed at all in part of that and of this work, and is it accounted for in the numbers we have before us?
Through the chair, yes, it has been accounted for. That's built into our operations and maintenance cost estimate is costs to maintain that road. So vegetation management, replacing culverts, grading, all of that, all of those costs. So there is about a 7 to 8 kilometer long forestry road that we anticipate the district will be named as the primary user and therefore in the future responsible for those maintenance costs. And that's all been built into the estimate.
Okay, thank you. I think that covers my questions for now. Council, any other questions on this? Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, and going back, so my understanding from the regional district is there are 2 ways to establish a local service area, and maybe I'm confusing it despite naming it's maybe not the same thing, but that in the one way we end up in this situation where you set the max number and you're stuck until you go back to elect or assent. But my understanding is there's an alternate way to establish a local service area, which gives you some annual ability to increase the max by 5% or something, or there's something in that neighborhood. Is this a different thing? Are there different rules for us, or is there a secondary mechanism that we're not considering for this case for some reason?
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with regional districts legislation that they follow, but for the District of Squamish required to follow the Community Charter and Local Government Act, we don't have that option with the 5% or something similar increase.
Okay, and then just to follow up on one of the mayor's questions, just so I'm clear, because we talked about sort of accounting for a worst case maximum, so that the 100-year maximum and what's proposed in the resolution is that the LSA, the local service area, pays for 50% of that maximum, and general taxation pays for the 50% of that other maximum. It's not that, because I think what the mayor was suggesting is we, in our establishment, assign 100% to the local service area of that maximum, and then year over year, council could decide, well, actually, we're going to truly tax the general taxation 50% and 50% to the local service area. But we've given ourselves the ability, if we wanted to tax 100% to the local service area. So is that something we could do, or is that what we are doing?
Through the chair, it has to be established at the time the local service area establishment bylaw is put into place. So you won't have that discretion to start moving around percentages. If it's 50-50, it's 50-50 throughout the life of the barrier or the life of the local service area establishment bylaw.
And just to be clear, my question was about whether we could, not whether we should, which is 2 separate pieces. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, and then, on this point, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Just to clarify on that point, though, so we have to establish the percentage breakdown, but only up to a maximum allowable requisition. So if the total cost in a given year is higher than what we've accounted for in our 10-year plan, then whatever the overage is from the 840 to say it cost us 1.5 million that year, the gap between 840 and 1.5 million is covered entirely by general taxation. We can't allocate 50% of that overage to the local service area.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So if we were to be over what the 50-50 is, we would look first to the general operating reserve, or sorry, the operating reserve established for that particular, for the Cheekeye barrier, so the operation and maintenance. Now, if that was over, and likelihood is that we will have enough in our reserve, we would, and it would be consistently over, we would have to go back to reestablishing the local area service bylaw.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I've been trying to figure out how to frame my communicating a perspective as a question. So I'll frame my perspective and then put it as a question. If I think about this 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to have somebody living on one side of a road who pays an extra 500 to 1,000, however much per year on their taxes, compared to somebody on the other side of the road not paying that because of when their house was built. In the long term, I see that being a significant source of community contention, or a source of community contention. Who pays what tax? In our current system, we don't have that distribution. We don't have a local area service for the Honiak Park Sea Dike because that's going to protect downtown's businesses from being flooded more than folks in Brackendale. We don't have any local area services on any of our diking because we pay for all of it together. If I understand the impact of not having a local area service, that simply, like, the impact is that we just all taxpayers contribute to servicing that dike along with all the other dikes in the community. Is that correct?
Through the chair, you're correct. And that could be something that council chooses to move forward with, but just for clarity, all the costs that we've presented will still be there. It's just, it would be distributed among general taxation.
Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
I think some historical context is important as well too, because the development proposal, when it came in, it was that they would fund capital costs as well as operations and maintenance costs. That was a big concern of the district as part of the review of the rezoning application, was how would ongoing operations and maintenance costs be funded? And so that was a solution that the developer put forward. And then in 2018, the council at the time discussed this concept and agreed that a cost sharing mechanism between general taxation and local area service would be appropriate. And so that's what we're determining today. But really the situation that we're in, where we're talking about a local area service tax, is because of the initial proposal from the developer that they would have a mechanism for funding ongoing operations and maintenance costs.
Yeah, thanks. That's very helpful. I think I understood how we get here, and I understand how that conversation can happen along the way. I'm just looking 10 to 20 years in the future, and what I see as potentially challenging conversations within our community that are generated for what is maybe not in the long run a lot of money. Hopefully, depends on how much it actually costs. So follow-up question. I noticed the table that you had for general taxation versus local area service. You gave the numbers for the local area service in dollars and the numbers for general taxation in percentages. Do you have the numbers for general taxation in dollars for the average, or for the what's the word they use in the tax, the standard house? Do you have those numbers?
Through the chair, when preparing the presentation, we looked at the total tax increase. So what would be the base? I don't have with me what that cost per resident would be, or average cost per resident.
Okay, so of course I did the calculation, but of course I may have missed something. So if we go 0% general taxation, the average property goes up 0%. And then 25%, it's approximately $20 per property per year. 50% general taxation, $35 per taxpayer per year. 75% general taxation, $50 per taxpayer per year. And 100% general taxation would increase by approximately $70 per folio per year. Does that seem approximately correct? I know that I'm asking you to sort of do a rough calculation in your head, but this is valuable to me because I'd like to understand what impact we would be having on the general taxation roll if we go 100% taxation, general tax.
Yeah, comment on, yeah, go ahead. Or no, I'll go to you. You want to reply?
Thank you. And I appreciate the calculations. I can neither confirm nor deny at this point. A few things to consider. We're utilizing, when we're doing the percentages, we're using the 2025 tax rate. So that is very much a fluctuation. So to do an average residential, that would be only discussing the residential, nothing beyond that. So commercial, et cetera. So again, thank you. However, can't confirm for you.
Okay. I think that further discussion on this point around the split is really for your council colleagues. Sorry, I saw Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, just to follow up on the sort of how we got here question. My understanding is, for example, with the Sirocco development, that development paid I don't know if it was a CAC, but that type of thing significantly funded the diking in that area. And as I understand it, this is meant to be a similar principle to that, but the amount was so high because the totals are so high. We've effectively provided a mechanism to spread it out over many years rather than a single upfront. But it's arguably the same principle we've applied to other developments, where when a development does require a dike or something that protects others as well, we do still tend to put that cost and fund it through individual developments. Is that a fair assessment?
Through the chair, the costs for example, the Sirocco Sea Dike, those costs are covered by general taxation. So there's not a cost to that particular development to fund the ongoing operations and maintenance costs. They did fund the capital construction costs as part of the development. And so that was the contribution. It's not a CAC, but it is an infrastructure contribution. But there's no mechanism for funding the ongoing operations and maintenance costs through the development.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, and I think just to this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, we are inheriting a piece of significant infrastructure that is outside the district boundary. It's technically Crown Grant land that protects things that are well beyond our jurisdiction. And so I think that is, to me, the unique piece of the infrastructure that we're inheriting here. It's not like any other dike that we have in our system. It's actually very, very unique.
Okay, I think we're getting into comments here. I think we're moving towards a motion. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, and I think we're moving towards, like, this is a council discussion, so this is not a staff. This is not a response to staff, but a response to my council colleague. I absolutely see the point that we're into protecting infrastructure that the province is interested in, namely Highway 99, BC Hydro substation, lots of stuff around there that the province is interested in, and they are providing indemnification for high impact events. And what effectively that means is if we have a high impact event, people in Prince George are going to be paying to dig us out, because provincial tax is from everybody. So we're accepting tax from the entire province to help us in the event of a major catastrophe, event of a major event. And my viewpoint on this is that we should also share that cost within the entire community and not focused specifically on the houses that are going to be built on that plot of land, which is a small subset of the total amount of land that's going to be protected in Squamish, including Brackendale Elementary and Don Ross Secondary, where a lot of our kids, even if they're not within the debris flow zone, are protected. So that's my perspective on this. Thanks.
Okay. I think I'll go to you, Councillor Anderson. Just to council, I think we need to turn this into a motion that we can debate. And we do have the recommendation we could, which I'm prepared to move following Councillor Anderson's comments. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor Herford, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll second that. Go ahead.
Thank you. The staff recommendation being a percentage allocation of 50% local area service tax and 50% general taxation. The staff report outlines several aspects of in a way of rationale for this recommendation, and I'll just highlight a few. Once developed, there will be many owners, and there is no certainty that future owners would assent to a local area service tax bylaw changes. Another aspect or rationale that is put forward is that we're looking at mitigating risk to existing properties, including First Nations reserve communities, including 2 schools, just for starters, within the Cheekeye Fan Protection Zone. In addition, we're providing benefits to the wider community, given that the barrier protects critical infrastructure such as the BC Hydro substation and Highway 99. I'd like to add another rationale. It's one I spoke to at the public hearing in 2018. And it's more general, perhaps a more philosophical perspective. We have, over the past 25 and more than 25 years, undertaken several very major community planning exercises. Squamish Estuary Management Plan, 1999. The Oceanfront Sub-Area Plan. The Waterfront Landing Sub-Area Plan. And these plans involve making assumptions about the future use of the Cheekeye Fan. It was an assumption made that this is where certain functions would be either displaced to or could be relocated to. We also have the Centennial Way rezoning, which also involved a displacement, if you like, of tourist commercial lands. So industrial and tourist commercial, 2 categories of lands heavily affected by these planning exercises. So we have made these decisions and that certain activities and functions could be relocated to the Cheekeye Fan. And we will also have new functions and community priorities, which will not have any other option but the Cheekeye Fan. Waste management, circular economy, renewable energy related. So this is my argument for supporting the 50%, the 50-50 split, is that these are large-scale community decisions that we've been making for a generation now that have pointed to a sharing of the burdens of this. And by the way, just as a footnote, I do not expect that we're going to be building a lot of housing up there. We just have a lot of competition for flat valley bottom land. We have other places to build housing. So while I take the point that Councillor Hamilton has made regarding housing on different sides of the road, in fact, I don't believe in future that a planning exercise will result in a lot of housing built up there. But I think it is an important consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, actually, I'll take, just as a seconder, I'll speak and I'll go to you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm supportive of this direction. I think that, you know, given that this is all about balancing risk and acknowledging benefit. And I think with where we've landed here in that 50-50 split is totally appropriate. I think putting the responsibility entirely onto development as initially proposed way at the early days of this project, I think would have been undue burden. There's already been that capital investment to build it, which is substantial, and there is a broader community benefit here. I also think that we, in protecting our community, we have also introduced a new risk into the community from a financial perspective, which is the ongoing maintenance and operation of this barrier. And I think this split is appropriate. If we went too far the other way, where you know, it was 100% to taxation, we would be in a position where, in advance of having residents, the residents that necessitated the construction of this actually existing, we'd be paying for that. The entire community would be paying for the maintenance from entirety from day one. I could see a point in future when we look at the sub-area plans of the when the Council of the Day looks at the sub-area planning process around what those other land uses should be and what the current state of reserves are and so on. We can always, those councils of the day can move from this position. And I could see a future state where that might be appropriate. And I could also see a future state where as these lands, the other lands that are protected and are now could be used for some purpose, discovered through the sub-area planning process, it may be appropriate to further expand the local service area and redistribute that 50% from exclusively this housing to the others or some other such scenario. So for an opening move, I think this is the right, an appropriate balance, and it does allow us to adjust the needle the other way over time far easier than adjusting it back up if we were to start at zero at this point. So acknowledging that there is absolutely a balance to be had here, and I feel like we've struck it for those reasons. So I'll go on with comments, Councillor Hamilton and then Stoner.
Thanks very much. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. And I absolutely see how staff is here on council direction, and I actually do see how councils of the day came to that direction. The reason I'm not supportive of a local area service is that I see the amount of time and energy that I believe is going to go into those future conversations to shift taxation away from one particular neighborhood and into general taxation is going to generate a large community conversation. These are going to be difficult moves either way. And I believe we should start where we want to finish. I do believe we should all be protecting all of us. I don't think we should say, folks in Skyridge, you should be paying extra for the risk of interface fire. Folks in downtown, you should be paying extra for protection risk, for protective services for flooding risks. I don't think that's the right mentality. I totally see how this is a piece where we've allowed development. And so it seems very, natural to say, well, that development needs to pay. These people are already, those 1,200 homes or 1,300 are already going to be paying the cost of the construction of that debris flow barrier in their mortgages. They've already paid for its existence. And I think we should all pay for its ongoing operation and maintenance because we do all have an interest in it. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Stoner, then French Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I will be supporting the motion on the floor. While I agree a lot with what Councillor Hamilton just said, I do think that there's this interesting period in between where there are actually no taxpayers on site with exception of the developer. And so if it all goes into general taxation, we actually don't have operating costs coming from the developer until such time that build out has occurred. So I do see that this percentage could change over time as build out does occur and we start to do a little bit more sub area planning in the area above and beyond. But I think that this is a fair expectation of our existing community and the distribution of the tax burden. I think in the early days of the negotiations around this amenity, there wasn't necessarily expectation that the district was going to have to take it on. There were very live conversations that it would actually be the province that would be managing it because this is so far beyond what typical jurisdiction of a local government should do as a regional dike or a local diking authority. So this does go far beyond what we were expecting in terms of taking ownership of this infrastructure. And while I do recognize the province has shown up in some ways with the provincial indemnity agreement, I would say it doesn't go far enough. It actually is a huge service to the province in protecting our community, and so they don't have to show up with disaster finance funding for us if and when something terrible did happen, because we've stopped it from hopefully having significant impacts on our community. And so that continues to be work that we do with the province. But I think that for where we are today in our discussions around putting this into our budget, it is a huge ask for ongoing operations, maintenance, and building up that capital reserve that we know we're going to need over time. I want to thank the staff who have done so much due diligence in making sure that we have these numbers as clear as we can for a 100-year forecast. We know there'll be ups and downs in it, but I think this puts us in a really strong position to make sure that we are collecting sufficient amount of dollars to be able to operate, maintain, and do the capital maintenance on that critical piece of infrastructure over time, and that the 50-50 split at this point is a fair allocation. I'm happy to move forward with that.
Thank you, Councillor French, then Pettingill.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I'm speaking in favor of the recommendation in front of us, and I'll focus my comments on the notion of developers should pay. and the notion of growth paying for growth. I think that's exactly what we're accomplishing here. There are some people in our community who believe we aren't getting enough from developers. I don't necessarily agree with that, but the narrative is strong and it's out there. And to do anything less than this 50-50 split, I think would feed into that belief that developers are not paying their fair share. So thankful for the comments from Councillor Hamilton. I agree with a lot of what was shared. And in this circumstance, in this vote, I'm just not convinced to go in that direction. And I think that this is the most appropriate way to go in this moment.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to support this at this point largely because it's up the middle. It's hard for me to rationalize a specific number. And when I was speaking to, putting 100%, it wasn't my thought that that's what was fair. I just wanted to be able to do what was fair and maximize our flexibility, given we seem to be very restricted. I mean, that's one of the challenges here is we are so restricted in the tools we have to address this. I'm not sure this is, if I was designing a financial system from the ground up, if this is the one I would build. It does seem there are areas outside this development, but not common to all of Squamish, that do have a unique benefit. We are in a situation where we are choosing and historically have forced people to live in particularly risky areas. And a piece of what this is addressing some of that historical issue. And there is, if we decide to build in a particularly uniquely risky area, maybe there is a time when it is really on you to pay for that and it isn't the whole community's burden. Where those things lie, it's really hard for me to say specifically and put a specific number on that. So I guess I'm more comfortable with this than the other options, but I can't point to a very clear formula in my head where I know this is the exact right number.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, through the chair. I think Councillor Hamilton raises a lot of really interesting points. I also think Councillor Stoner raises a lot of interesting points. I really think that this should be an expenditure that's coming from the province as opposed to being forced on municipalities, but that's a different conversation for a different time. My biggest concern in response to Councillor Hamilton's comments is just the tax burden that it would be placing on existing residents right now who are already just so overstressed. So I think that this is a way of weighing this out more proportionally so that newcomers to our community who are living specifically in that area and are directly benefiting, which arguably most of us around this table are also directly benefiting from it. Well, all of us are. But we will be covering 50% of the tab essentially, and then 50% will be onto the LAS. And I think that is the most even-keeled approach to it. So I'll speak in favor of the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And oppose? Councillor Hamilton opposes. Motion carries. Thank you so much. I think we had a scheduled break at 1:30, so I think we likely have time to do our library presentation next. And then we'll take a break and we'll get into the financial plan. So we'll take a quick 5-minute recess just so our guests can get situated for the library presentation. So we are in recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are now here for a presentation from our friends at the library. I will turn it over to them to introduce themselves and take us through the presentation. Over to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present our requests to you today. My name is Hilary Bloom, Director of Library Services. My pronouns are she and her, and you can address me as such. Beside me is our Manager of Operations and Technology, Raya Kopuka. Our Library Board Treasurer, Doug Race, was very sad to miss presenting today. He loves sitting on this side of the table. Our Board Vice Chair, Molly Loudon, was hoping to join us, but the timing didn't quite line up. But I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Molly's nearly 8 years of service to the library on the board. Her maximum term length ends at the end of 2025, and we are very grateful for her years of dedication and enthusiasm. I should have included a picture of Raya up on the screen as well, since she's the operational motor that powers our small but mighty vessel. But I like sharing this photo because it captures a bit of the fun chaos of Summer Reading Club sign-up day back in June. Don't know if any of you attempted to come into the library that day, but you can see the crowds that overtook the building in a really great way. I didn't get in front of council to share our 2024 annual report and mid-year update this summer, so I will do a very brief update right now. The District of Squamish's support made several initiatives possible this year. The continuation of our public technology upgrade project from 2024 has allowed us to successfully replace all our public computers, expand our public Wi-Fi coverage, and launch our lendable laptop service. The 2025 expansion of our public programming and outreach staffing has resulted in wonderful new opportunities for many age groups. These include after-school programming for school-age children, such as a new book club beginning this fall, a teen advisory committee, numerous all-ages events such as movie screenings and a monthly writing group, and tech help sessions both in the library and at Westwind Seniors Living. A new zine collection was launched through a very successful zine fest in the spring. And you can see on the left of the slide a picture of the brand new display unit for the zines that was a collaboration with Create Makerspace. In the middle are some staff members showing off some of the zines that are in our collection now. And then on the right is Jenna, our fabulous Summer Reading Club assistant this summer. She was a UBC Arts Co-op student. Summer Reading Club, record-breaking numbers. Our foot count on launch day was 855 people, which is over double our average daily foot count. 550 children enrolled in the program, and nearly 1,300 children were visited at school before the launch by Jenna and our children's programmer, Erica. Our library website visits spiked by almost 2,000 extra visits, which were attributed to visits to the Summer Reading Club homepage over the summer. Thanks to provincial enhancement grant funding, several other projects are underway right now, including an exciting overhaul of our website and a service delivery plan project commencing this fall. This service delivery work is funded in part by the SLRD, and it will help inform the library's long-term planning for the next 20 to 25 years. Our board has been working to create a commitment to reconciliation statement this year. The trustees started with Indigenous awareness and relations training, and then embarked on a series of drafts and rewrites and edits and rewrites and drafts and rewrites of the statement. A number of members of the board recently met with Squamish Nation elders to receive their feedback and endorsement of the statement you see before you. It was also an opportunity to have a conversation about how the library can support the priorities of the Squamish Nation elders. It was a truly wonderful afternoon. In its entirety, this statement is long, but we plan to install an art piece to display this commitment. This statement also helps guide our staff in our work. I'd like to say a big thank you to Tlatlaqote Christine Baker, Squamish Nation Elder and Library Trustee, who has been fundamental in this collaborative process. We look forward to continuing to offer opportunities for the community to learn and honor Squamish Nation history, language, and culture, including with upcoming plans to support district initiatives coming from the recently signed MOU with the Squamish Nation. Now on to budget requests. These are laid out in a memo that was included in today's agenda package. The library board has endorsed several requests for 2026 and beyond. The first of these in front of you is the request to expand our open hours. In response to requests to extend library open hours, we've done the calculation of this cost, which would expand us from the current 52 hours a week to 59 hours. With this change, the library would be open 4 days a week until 8 p.m., Monday to Thursday, and until 5 p.m., Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. This staffing increase would also enable us to service the proposed Brennan Park Holds Locker project with more frequent visits each week, which I'll speak to in an upcoming slide. It comes as no surprise to all of you that our community is lacking in free public spaces, especially in the evening hours, and this increase would expand our access to would expand the community's access to our library collection, services, and spaces by 14%. That includes our study pods, our meeting room, our public computer access and printing, all supported by our skilled staff. It would mean our meeting room could be made available for library events and third-party rentals later into the evening, and it would enable the community to make use of the library to a fuller extent, with an estimated 7,000 to 10,000 more visits annually and an additional 1,300 pod booking time slots per year. We recognize that this is a significant ask, but feel it is important to emphasize the role that the library plays in Squamish. Our 2024 annual report speaks to some of the numbers that demonstrate the high level of activity in the building and online. That is, of course, very important, but beyond this, it's sometimes difficult to measure the impact of us being there for the community. We were very happy to see the findings from the district's recent satisfaction survey, showing that 86% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with the library services and programs. And then a recent survey we ran as part of overhauling our website provided several anecdotes that help quantify this impact. The quotes on the screen now emphasize some of what we heard. I realize those are quite small, so anyway, they're positive. They're positive things. And then you just have to indulge me for 30 seconds because I wandered past our new books display just yesterday and I came across this new book called Why Public Spaces Matter by Setha Lowe. And this little quote caught my eye, and it talks about the importance of public spaces, including places like libraries. It says, democracy does not require perfect equality, but it does require that citizens share a common life. What matters is that people of different backgrounds and social positions encounter one another and bump up against one another in the course of everyday life. For this is how we learn to negotiate and abide our difference and how we come to care for the common good. And it goes on and on. But anyway, I would highly recommend this as a great resource on, it talks all about other types of public spaces and just the value that, I know I don't need to convince any of you, but just a nice reminder that there's a lot that happens within and because of a library that is hard to measure in the way of just sheer numbers. We understand that there are enormous financial pressures on our municipality and on our residents. We believe that the investment in expanding library access to space and services is a very wise decision due to the significant return on investment. Auditor generals from every order of government repeatedly cite libraries as having the highest return on investment of any publicly funded program due to their impact on literacy, workforce development, access to technology, and overall community well-being. The second request I want to bring to your attention is that of funding our foyer gallery. So the foyer gallery in the Squamish Public Library is a well-loved public art space. It's been in existence since the current library building opened in 1997, and it's made possible by a contract curator. You see Toby Jackson in the photo. Toby's actually handing over the reins this year, and we've got a tag team approach happening with the curation right now. So historically, all the gallery costs were partially offset by an annual fundraiser, but the returns on this initiative have decreased over time, as has the capacity of library staff to support this endeavor. As a result, core library funding is used to fund the operations of the gallery. It is not currently funded by the municipality. While it is a valuable community amenity, the use of library funds for these purposes takes away from supporting other essential library services. And district support of the gallery operations would align with the arts, culture, and heritage strategy. Again, this is going to be too small for you, but it is just a little snapshot from the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy, just to remind Council that the Foyer Gallery already does a lot to support the strategy's mission, which is to utilize existing levers to promote and support, remove barriers, and work towards community aspirations for arts, culture, and heritage. And it does a lot to support the three strategic objectives. And it has been doing this and in this role for nearly 30 years. It seems fitting that the district commit to supporting its sustainability. We recently did a Foyer Gallery survey, and the results indicated that the majority of people discovered the art shows and the new artists while passing through to the library, which is unsurprising. So it gets a lot of eyes on it every day. We heard from people that they would like to see more public opportunities to engage with the artists, demonstrations, artist talks, things like that. We would like to be able to expand in this realm if the annual cost to run the gallery was sustainably supported. Okay, here are some exciting looking pictures. I spoke earlier about a service delivery study that we're undertaking starting this fall. As a first step in expanding our capacity, we plan to purchase and install a Holds pickup locker and return bin at Brennan Park. This $60,000 cost will be funded by the Provincial Enhancement Grant, and we are working with the facilities team doing the renovation already. We haven't just sprung this on them, to have it go inside the building, and it will have the pickup holds option as well as the option for people to return their items there. This is a convenient alternative for residents of our service area whose locations and regular routines more closely align with other popular spots in the community, like Brennan Park. In future, we are curious to see about having something like this happen in Britannia Beach as well. And so this service delivery study that's being undertaken is going to help us decide where else to plan to establish a library presence in conjunction with expanded space downtown that needs to happen, and potentially some sort of a mobile aspect as well. So we have had a $200,000 capital ask in our future years for a number of years within the financial planning software, and we kind of just kept bumping it ahead and ahead. And we anticipated last year that we would likely come back to council this year with a project that spreads the total cost of $200,000 over a number of years, which is what we're doing. So the library is funding the first portion in 2026 with other funding. And this other provincial funding is also allowing us to undertake the service delivery planning consultation that we're doing right now. We're spending $35,000 on that project with some contributions from the SLRD as well. So we'll be able to come to council in 2026 with our findings, which will help guide the coming years. So what we propose for the years following 2026 is a cost sharing model with a portion from the district to cover what comes next. And so it is a bit of a question mark in terms of what those spends would be beyond 2026. The planning that's happening now will help inform that. But again, probably something around some sort of mobile service. And then the library is committed to providing or securing other non-district funds through provincial or regional district funding to support the initiative as well. This is a photo of our technology coordinator helping out a patron with his laptop. And it was really happening. And I snapped a picture. It was perfect timing. It really was. So just speaking of the future, we want to assure council that the board continues to be committed to its role as an advocate for the library as an essential community hub and as partners with the district and other agencies to ensure that library service is adequate and effective. As you've heard from us before, we certainly do need an expanded space downtown, and this is laid out and mapped out in the real estate and facilities master plan. This is crucial, but while that process is in the works, we are doing the work to map out the years beyond so that a library lens can be put on district decisions as those decisions are being made, as various areas of our community are slated for significant growth and development. So we look forward to continuing to collaborate and explore what the library service of the future will look like for Squamish and supporting the district in this sustainable growth. This concludes our presentation. I just wanted to point out in the center photo, that's our lovely library tote bag, which is available for purchase at the front desk. Very popular item this year, and some other recent shots from summer reading club time. And I will pass it back to the chair, but I will also just put in a little plug that October is Canadian Library Month. So happy Library Month to everyone who celebrates, and mostly me. And yeah, this year's theme is Libraries for Life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, questions for our guests? Is that your head? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you folks do. We have two questions. The first is, I'm curious, what is the library's annual operating budget?
This is where I go blank right now. Okay, just a minute.
And if you don't have the number right off the top of your head, that's totally fine. We can bring it back to future budget
I
discussion.
absolutely should and do, but sorry, I don't
No,
have.
that's totally fair. I'm just trying to put into context where we're at. So my other question was going to be around the request for expanded hours. You folks are also in the midst of doing the long-term service delivery plan. That'll give us a little bit more insight into what those asks might be going forward. And it's one of those things where it's like, we probably need all of it all at once, and we are facing really challenging budget constraints at the moment. And so I am just curious about the request of bringing that forward now for expanded hours versus waiting to understand what the plan is in 2026 and beyond, to make sure that we're really maximizing, as we do always with every dollar that goes to the library. But these are like the difficult trade-offs that we're making, right? So I'm cognizant that if you come back in a year with requests for 2 or 3 times that much, because we really need to increase our mobile services or our kind of hubs, that becomes more difficult if we've already put $55,000 and a bunch of community excitement around expanded hours at the library 4 days a week. So I just want to gut check that that is the right time to be doing that work.
Through the chair, yeah, thank you for the question. It's a tricky thing to do because we're kind of trying to plan ahead and then anticipate what's to come. So I guess my answer to that is that we know that right now, last year the community would benefit from longer hours at the library. So that's sort of almost like, I guess you could say, a little bit of catch up. And part of exploring this year was in response, because council feedback at times has not been direction, but it's been mentioned many times that there was a wish for there to be more hours. So that work had been done and calculated. The service delivery planning is definitely more of a roadmap beyond, and it's not separate from the branch and what needs to happen in there, but I guess it is focusing less on that. That's sort of a given, and it's like, this is what needs to happen as a minimum just from the current facility. It's going to be mapping out like how and where do we meet people where they're at in future. So I could definitely appreciate that there could be some value in dovetailing this request with that consideration and then coming back next year with a bit more of a fully fleshed out proposal.
Okay, other questions? Was that your hand, Councillor? I'll go to Councillor French. He's more committal to his hand, and I'll let you stew.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I recall a pickup drop-off scenario for Britannia. So I'm wondering, is that up and running? If it is, can you talk a little bit about the status and any learnings out of that, and how that facility will compare to what's proposed for Brennan Park?
Through the chair, thank you. There is not currently an operating pickup locker at Britannia. There is much excitement and wish for that to happen. But when it was brought to the board for their decision making, it was felt that it would be a better first step to set that up for Brennan Park as a larger population benefiting from that, and just sort of not testing it there, but we know that that will be a popular helpful, convenient spot. The other piece is that we do receive funding from the SLRD through the form of a grant that is not tied to population. So it is a fairly modest amount of funding received from the SLRD in recognition of us providing service to Area D. And so we've got it in our sights as something to come, but we want to figure out how to make this service work with one spot that's already got a lot of tie-ins as being a district facility, and certainly in terms of wrapping our head around serving it, it's easy to kind of contemplate as a first step.
Okay, great. That was my only question. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner on this point.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, if I put on my SLRD hat, there's also ongoing discussions around how to establish a local service area tax requisition for Area D to better fund the library. And that would probably be the best cost center to pull that money from. Because right now, as Ms. Bloom just mentioned, there isn't actually a taxation center for SLRD. It comes from a shared grant service between the District of Squamish and Area D.
Okay, with a thank you for that, I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much for all the work you all do. And the expanded hours, that seems like quite a high impact for a modest amount of money. I think that one of the challenges our library faces is its small size compared to our population. And if we can use that space for a longer period of time, that actually sort of expands the life of the building in a way, which I think is good. My question is about the foyer gallery. I've enjoyed that foyer gallery many times myself. Have you approached, this seems like a great spot for a partnership between Art Squamish and the library. Have you approached Art Squamish for taking over that space, or doing the curation of that space?
Through the chair, yes. Clea Young and I are in communication quite frequently about Squamish Arts and the projects and programs that they run and how that could maybe better align with what we're doing. They're very limited in sort of their capacity as well, so it isn't something that we've got to the point of considering, a full-on role. I think that there could be some interesting ways to make this happen funding-wise through just the district's public art commitment. So I don't know if there's another way to sort of channel this funding, but it just as an aside, it came, I realized recently that it's probably not even on council's radar that it isn't funded by the municipality. It's always been a completely separate endeavor, and it's that important, and it serves as the public art space that it is continually changing and being provided to the community. So it's certainly open to other scenarios, and Squamish Arts and the library collaborate a lot. But in terms of that and operationally, it just feels a little tricky to maybe hand over the reins when we're the ones that are overseeing the building. So we'd be happy to continue with it in its current model if we felt like there was the funding there to just make sure it was sustainable.
On this, I want to go to staff on so we've got this report. Are the asks here just incorporated? They're incorporated all the way through into the financial as far as these asks are included there. So just receiving this is what we're aiming to do here. I just want to make sure.
Yes, that's correct. The service level changes will be discussed later today, and anything to do with the special operating and the capital projects will be at a future meeting.
Okay, so then with that, the like who runs the foyer gallery, if the library wanted to pursue a partnership or have someone else run it or whatever. This is just about funding, and the ability to run that is to the library board to decide. I'm not sure if this is a question for our staff or the library. I just want to make sure we understand the decisions that we're making. One is funding, and the second layer is who does it. But I think that that's a decision for the library board, should we choose to fund this. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we don't get distracted with it.
I think yes, you're correct.
You think you fall?
I do.
Sorry if I'm not asking, not being clear in my attempts for clarity. Okay, so council, if we have no other questions for our guests, I would, oh, sorry, Councillor Pettingill. And just as a question, if you could finish maybe by moving receipt after your questions are answered satisfactory, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Am I correct in that we track, or you're tracking attendance by hour currently?
We have a foot counter that tells us our hourly visits, yes.
Okay, and I'll just highlight this for, I think I've been one of the folks that has commented that'd like to see the library open longer. It just seems like such a valuable asset to have it closed. Well, it just seems like there's a missed opportunity there. So I'm glad that this is in the budget, but I am curious, not just in the attendance in the new hours, but the current hour before closing. Do we see a growth in that hour? I'd be really interested to see that. So just sort of flag when we see reporting come back, what sort of effect did this have on the current operating hours as well as the expanded hours would be really interesting. I guess I would just ask, and maybe this is something to take offline, but I guess you spoke to it a little bit in terms of who does make sense to sort of hold the operations or the ultimate responsibility for the gallery and for building, sort of locking and unlocking and so on. It seems like your perspective, it does make the most sense for the library to hold the sort of oversight of this space.
Yeah, just logistically, I think it makes sense. But I mean, having said that, I kind of joke that you take on the job of library director at our library, and then you're kind of like running the gallery at the same time. But I guess what I would say to that in general, though, is it's such a great example of the cohesion between a gallery and a library. And so in future planning or whatever, I think that there's real, it's important to kind of think about that as they do work really well together. And truly the amount of day-to-day that it requires of our staff, because of the way the model we've set up, it's not too involved, but just logistically, I think it makes sense for it to still kind of be flowing through the library as far as access to the building and things like that.
Thank you for that. I will second that. Thank you. Any comments on this? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a brief comment that in addition to municipal support of gallery operations aligning with District of Squamish Arts, Culture and Heritage strategy, as does the expanded hours with the opportunity of better use of the meeting room, they also speak to our council strategic plan, namely under Connected and Livable Community, item 2.3, increase the number of inclusive and accessible arts, cultural, heritage, and recreational multi-use programmable spaces. So we have the art, cultural, heritage strategy, but also our council strategic plan that these initiatives, proposed initiatives, speak to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Well, I mostly just want to say thanks for coming by and thanks for all your work at the library. It's just a really impressive asset. And every time I go in there, there's something new to explore. Yeah, and I do think extended hours would be an immense benefit to our community. And I appreciate your introduction of that book. That sounds like a really great resource as well. So thank you very much.
As much as we're debating receiving this report, I think we're also we'll be discussing the financial impacts of this going forward in our discussions. But however, I think the asks are very not just reasonable, but really represent a strong return on investment. I know that none of them have been arrived at lightly, and they've all got a great amount of work behind them. And particularly the increased hours piece, I know that's really challenging with to figure out everyone's, how you shuffle around the capacity to do that in a way that has the least impact to the budget. So I'm happy to see this here, and look forward to seeing all these things move forward through the rest of our budget process. And I'll go to Councillor Stoner, and then I'll call the vote.
Yeah, just briefly through the chair. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the presentation. As council has mentioned, we'll deliberate the requests as part of our fulsome budget deliberation. But I do also think it's important to note that thanks to ongoing advocacy by the Director of Libraries, Ms. Hilary Bloom, and her team behind her, she is integrated into an important network of folks across the province who have been doing really strong advocacy to the province to show up in a better way in continuing to increase core funding for the library. It's not a huge ask at the province, but there is big momentum and a lot of pressure on both our Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as well as the Premier himself. It was a question that was directed to him directly at UBCM a few times. And so thank you for continuing to not just do the work right here in our backyard in our community, but also elevate the importance of libraries here and across the province, and working with your networks and your peers to make sure that gets elevated to the right folks. We all have a piece to play in this, but I think as we continue to show up and make sure that the library is able to do all the amazing innovative work that it does, we also make sure that the province shows up and pulls its weight as well. So happy to continue to do that work alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. So council, we're going to take a break, a lunch break. I think we need to take some aggressive action to try to get caught up here. So we've had lunch brought in. Original break was scheduled for a full hour. I'm going to say that I'm going to hope that we can be, how does council feel about coming back at 2:00? So it takes our hour down to 20 minutes, but we do have lunch provided. Okay, so we'll recess and we'll reconvene at 2:00. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are on to item 4, subset 3. This is our 2026 to 2035 financial plan, the general fund and service level changes discussion. I will turn it over to staff to run us through the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and members of the public joining us today. My name is Heather Boxrud, CFO and General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services, and my pronouns are she, her. I am joined today by Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and Trina Peters, who I'm not sure if you've met yet, financial analyst here at the district. As well, we are joined today with several budget managers who are here to assist us in the conversation and answer any specific questions Council may have for their respective departments. We're excited to kick off the second meeting and first workshop in a series of touch points in the financial planning process. Today, we tackled the general fund operating budget. We have a full agenda today. I will first do a high-level review of the guiding principles and financial planning timeline, and then remind Council of some of the key challenges and key efforts to minimize costs that were discussed during the September 16th kickoff meeting as they pertain specifically to the general fund operating budget. I will then review some elements of the 10-year plan for Council to be thinking about as we move through the various sections of the workshop. We are taking a bit of a different approach this year as we heard Council in last year's budget debrief that Council wanted more clarity around the general fund base operating budget, how revenues are distributed across the general fund operating budget, and why municipalities focus on property tax revenue requirement changes during the general fund operating budget deliberations. In addition, we heard Council's feedback that you would appreciate a clear delineation between pre-committed expenditures and items that were previously endorsed by Council throughout the year versus items that were referred to budget throughout the year or new service level changes, change items to consider. Therefore, today's workshop is broken out into 2 sections. We've got part 1, which is changes to the base operating budget. It includes pre-committed changes to revenues and expenditures, as well as service level changes that have been endorsed by Council in the previous meetings. And then part 2, which is budget changes pending endorsement, which includes service level changes that have not yet been endorsed by Council. So the district conducts its financial planning process as outlined in the long-term financial plan, guiding principles and financial plan policy, which has 4 major principal categories that were developed to guide management and Council in the financial planning process. The guiding principle categories are stable and sufficient, sustainable and equitable, prudent and flexible, and efficient and measurable. Each year, we work towards adoption of the budget in December to enable staff to begin work on their projects and programs right away in January of the following year. Shown here is this year's timeline for the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. Today, staff will present the general fund operating budget, the library budget, as you heard earlier today, and then the Squamish Lillooet Regional District requisition. October 14th, staff will return to present with the special operating and capital projects. October 21st, staff will present the utilities financial plan. And then on November 4th, staff will tie it all together and present a draft budget that incorporates changes throughout the October workshops. And then public engagement and input will take place throughout the month of November. And finally, the 3 readings in utilities rate bylaw and the 2026 to 2035 financial plan will occur on December 2nd and 9th with the adoption on the 16th. This slide provides a snapshot of several engagement opportunities and public information and input tools available, including Let's Talk Squamish, the hub for public information, the district's online budget tool, Budget Book, and some upcoming in-person opportunities, including Coffee with Council, a budget bingo and trivia night, and finally the budget information night, which is scheduled for November 12th at House and Brewery. So municipalities face a number of challenges across BC, a number of financial challenges, I should say, and cost pressures that are incorporated into the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. Inflation and supply chain continue to be a challenge, which is felt across all departments and within all projects. Rising costs put pressure on property taxation and utility fees to deliver consistent municipal services year over year. Rising costs of capital put pressure on asset management funding strategies and diminish the value of reserves, requiring additional investment to keep pace with the aging infrastructure. Transit expansion continues to be a community priority and requires annual investment, which is funded primarily through transit revenue and property taxation. The district has invested significantly in facilities over the last few fiscals, including fire halls, Valley Cliff Daycare, and the Public Works facility, which has been funded through land reserve grants and borrowing. The increase of costs associated with borrowing are spread across several years in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan. BC municipalities are facing substantial investment needs to replace aging infrastructure after decades of insufficient investment and reserve savings. The 2026 to 2035 financial plan will continue investment in the proactive management and reserve building efforts of the district's capital program and asset management reserve funding strategy. In 2024, Council endorsed zoning for the Cheekeye River development and the construction of the Cheekeye Barrier, which was led by Squamish Sea to Sky Development, a partnership between the Squamish Nation and Matthews West. Based on provincial policy, once final acceptance has been granted on the barrier construction, the barrier ownership will transfer to the district. Final acceptance of the barrier construction is anticipated in early to mid 2026, and the district will begin to incur costs associated with the operations and maintenance of the barrier. In addition, the district was able to secure provincial indemnification to commence at final acceptance of the construction of the post-event restoration and debris management costs. The indemnification agreement requires the district to set aside funds in a reserve that will contribute to those costs. The land development agreement provides the district with the ability to establish a local area service tax to contribute the funding of these costs. Climate change requires investment to respond to increased frequency of extreme events such as fire, heat waves, and flooding, while also requiring investment in climate adaptation and mitigation initiatives. Municipalities in BC struggle with increased service delivery pressures from provincial and federal governments downloading responsibilities, including affordable housing, mental health, and homelessness. Cost of labor contracts have risen significantly over the years. RCMP contracts costs continue to rise, and with population growth requires further investment in fire services. The district will continue to execute on several large initiatives in the 2026 to 2035 financial plan that require district staff financial resources. To be clear for the public, when we refer to disruptor initiatives, we're referring to initiatives or projects that are outside of the district's regular operations and will require staff resources and council time. This term is not meant to signal that the initiatives are either negative or positive. The disruptor initiatives include WNG and Fortis Eagle Mountain Pipeline Project, affordable housing initiatives, including CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund Grant, Squamish Housing Action Plan, and the provincial housing targets and regulation changes. The 2026 to 2035 financial plan has taken a thoughtful and measured approach to addressing these challenges and cost pressures. Some highlights of efforts include continuing to limit service levels changes to high priority or pre-committed changes only. This is after several years of minimal investment due to focus on labor contract negotiations, cost increases, and pandemic and post-pandemic limitations. Staff continue to review operating costs and reduce or reallocate where savings have been identified in an effort to absorb cost increases wherever possible. Staff maximize funding opportunities, leveraging external funding sources and utilizing provisions to smooth costs year to year. And the district improved cash flow management processes over the years to include temporary borrowing, which allows the district to delay large long-term debt issuance by managing cash flow for construction or capital projects through smaller short-term temporary borrowing. As mentioned in the kickoff meeting on September 16th, for the first time, the district has drafted a 10-year financial plan. This is an important milestone for the district as we look beyond just 5 years. Under the community charter, local governments are required to adopt a financial plan for 5 years. However, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends a long-term financial plan to project revenues, expenses, and financial position beyond 5 years. The district is one of very few early adopters in the 10-year plan in BC. A 10-year plan addresses both short-term needs and long-term financial sustainability of the district, incorporates master plans, and aids in the prioritization of capital requirements. A 10-year plan also ensures the district is building adequate reserves to support our capital program long-term, decreases the reliance on borrowing where possible, and makes taxation predictable so that it does not fluctuate greatly year over year. It's important to note that a 10-year plan is a directional tool meant to gauge future financial needs of the district to support decision-making and is inherently uncertain due to the reliance on assumptions, data limitations, subjectivity to external events, for example, natural disasters or geopolitical events, and an inability to predict policy and regulation changes. The 10-year plan assumptions are based on historical trends, labor contract forecasts, and inflation and cost increases. The long-term financial plan isn't about getting everything right from the start. It's about setting a thoughtful direction and being ready to adjust as we learn more. It's dynamic and not static. It's about continuous improvement and not a one and done. It's about being proactive and not perfect, and it should be iterative and a living process that evolves with new information and changing circumstances. It's not a fixed destination. It's a compass, not a GPS. Moving on to the general operating overview, there are a number of key elements of the general fund to understand before we move into the financial planning piece of today's workshop. So firstly, 75% of revenue supports the general fund operating is property tax. Fees and charges and other revenues either completely cover the costs they're associated with or are utilized to reduce the impact of property tax. Property tax is a revenue source that funds all remaining general fund costs after revenues have been applied against the various costs and reserve or provision transfers. This is an important point to understand, as this is the reason why municipalities focus their general fund operating budget discussions around the change in property taxation revenue requirement, and why we have the reconciliation of the prior year's property tax, in this case 2025, to the proposed property tax in 2026 as attachment 2, I believe, of your package. General fund operations has a number of revenue sources, which fund the day-to-day operations of the district, but also funds debt servicing associated with the general fund and raises funds for contributions to the general fund reserves. In terms of revenue categories on the financial plan, we have taxation, which is 57.6 million approximate, and includes general taxation, special assessments, and grants in lieu of taxes. We have fees and charges, approximately 2.3 million, includes various user rental fees, park user fees, and fees for various licenses and permits and service agreements. These fees are typically designed to be cost recovery and with a net neutral impact on taxation. Transfers from other governments, so that's the provincial, federal, and government funding grants, including the Community Works Fund. Investment income at 1.6 million includes a conservative estimate for income earned on the district's bank and investment accounts. Investment income is primarily added to reserves, with a small portion attributable to the interest earned on cash associated with the working capital. Developer contributions, 690,000, includes the community amenity contributions and forfeited securities. This budget is conservative, and all proceeds from CACs are transferred to reserve for future use and does not have an impact on operating expenses at all. This contribution will be received through CAC revenue and will be held in reserve until construction project commences. In addition, Woodfibre LNG has offered $300,000 contribution towards the construction of the Splash Park capital project. This contribution is included in the $690,000 budget. Other revenue, 12 million, includes recreation and program revenue, rezoning and development charges, and engineering servicing agreement charges. In addition, this revenue category includes the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund, the WNG Fortis Capacity Funding. In 2026, revenue also includes 4 million reserve contributions from the Sea to Sky development SSSD required for the Cheekeye provincial indemnification and land development agreement. General fund operating expenditures utilize approximately 80 to 85% of the operating revenue, and with the remaining 15 to 20% utilized for debt servicing or transferred to reserves and provisions. The operating overview contains 6 segments. So we have the general government, which is approximately 15 million or 22 to 26%, which includes general corporate finance, human resources, IT, communications, council, and real estate operating expenses. Protective services at about 20 million is 28 to 31%, which includes police, fire, emergency management, bylaw, building inspection, operating expenses. Transportation in transit, approximately 11 million or 15 to 17%, which includes the general public works, fleet, transportation infrastructure, and infrastructure engineering, diking and drainage, and transit. Economic and community development at approximately 9 million or 14 to 16%, which includes community planning, environmental management, and economic development. Parks, recreation, and culture at 10 million or 14 to 16%, which includes the library, arts and culture, recreation and parks, and trails. And then finally, health and social housing at 300,000 or 0 to 1%, which is primarily the cemetery costs. I will now pass it along to Ms. Turner to walk us through the 26 to 35 general fund operating budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and my pronouns are she, her. As noted earlier, the budget workshop will be broken down into 2 parts today. Starting now with part 1, which will focus on changes to the base operating budget, which includes pre-committed changes, the general fund operating revenues and expenditures, and service level changes that have been endorsed by council in a previous meeting or are deemed critical to maintain current service levels at the district. Part 1 of the workshop is associated with the following recommendations: that council directs staff to include the pre-committed changes to the 2026 to 35 financial plan as presented today, and direct staff to include the previously endorsed service level changes to the 2026 to 35 financial plan also as presented today. This slide illustrates the projected tax impact over the next 10 years. As a reminder, the 10-year plan is a directional tool and includes several assumptions based on historical trends, labor contract forecasts, inflation, and estimated cost increases. As noted on this slide, for 2027, the financial plan forecast includes a tax increase of 11.9%, followed by an increase of 12.3% in 2028, and then forecasts an average increase of about 7.7% annually for years 2029 to 2035. Notable increases in 27 to 28 are largely due to the increased cost of RCMP member contract increases, which have been smoothed in using the protective services provision. Increased debt servicing costs due to the completion of major capital projects, which are funded by borrowing, and previously endorsed service level changes, including additional fire services staffing and transit expansion. In September 2023, Council endorsed the Asset Management Reserve Funding Strategy to provide a target reserve contribution strategy that would work towards sufficient and sustainable reserves for a long-term capital program. The 10-year plan anticipates that with the recommended contribution rate of 2.4% for years 2026 to 32, the district's capital reserves will accumulate to a targeted average annual capital spend in 2033. Therefore, the annual contribution under the funding strategy is expected to decrease to approximately 1.5 at that time. However, the projection will be contingent on the asset management plan update results and subsequent funding strategy reviews. As detailed in attachment 2 of the package, the 2026 budget has a net tax revenue requirement increase of 12.2% over the 2025 base budget prior to items pending endorsement. This equates to approximately $363 per average residential taxpayer. Changes to the base budget include pre-committed increases of 7.7% or $3.8 million, reserve contributions under the Asset Management Reserve Funding Strategy of 2.4% or $1.1 million, and service level changes previously endorsed by council or deemed critical to maintain current service levels of 2.2% or 1.1 million.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure I'm understanding these numbers. And often in the past, we've seen a non-market change estimate. Is this just the operating cost, and that's why that number isn't in there yet? And so there's, in addition to service level changes we may direct, there's another chunk in terms of capital costs coming as well as the non-market changes. So there's a few pieces missing from the total picture. Is that accurate?
Sure, I can take it. Through the chair. So where we're going to right now is just to accumulate to get to the base tax revenue requirement. So the non-market change would actually be an adjustment. It just reallocates out that total revenue requirement. So we're starting with the 2025 tax requirement, which is about 49 million, and listing all the pre-committed changes to increase to the tax requirement. So non-market change wouldn't have any impact on the revenue required in the budget.
So how we pay for it is where that comes in, the other half of the equation. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question through the chair. And just to add to Ms. Turner's comment as well, is when speaking about the capital is funded through the asset management reserve funding strategy. We don't actually, we no longer fund capital directly from taxation. It's a reserve contribution, the note.
And actually, and I guess maybe this would have been a better question, but at the base of this, that 12.2 I'm seeing seems lower than I recall from our projection last year. So we've come down from where we thought we'd be last year. Is that accurate? Like, is that a good news story? Actually, we're burying?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you for making that point. That is a very important point. Okay, and council, please, if there are points of clarity about on a slide, we can stop as we go. But if we're going to sort of debate the bigger concepts, we'll wait till the natural breaks in the conversation. So back to Steph.
Okay, so pre-committed changes have been broken down into the following categories: labor contract changes, which are costs resulting from contract negotiation settlements and changes to benefit contracts; police services, including RCMP contract increases; transit annual operating costs; the Cheekeye debris flow barrier costs; and debt servicing costs, which include principal and interest payments on borrowing used to fund capital projects. Shown here is a breakdown of the pre-committed costs that make up the 7.7% increase, or 3.8 million in 2026. These are costs that are committed to by legal or labor contract, under agreement, or by debt issuance. Labor and benefit contracts increased 2.8%, or 1.4 million. These are increased costs associated with employee and benefit contract increases, and not including additional positions outlined in the service level changes pending endorsement. These will be covered in part 2 of the workshop. Police services increased 0.9%, or 433,000. Costs include labor contract settlements increases for RCMP members, and the protective services provision has been utilized to smooth in some of these costs. Transit increased 0.1%, or 62,000. This includes increased base transit costs, plus inflationary increases in operating expenses such as equipment. The Cheekeye debris flow barrier increased 0.6%, or 285,000. And this represents the operating maintenance and post-event restoration reserve contributions funded by general property tax. Debt servicing increased 1.8%, or 890,000. This includes the interest and principal costs associated with capital investment projects funded by borrowing. Increased debt servicing costs in 2026 include short-term borrowing for projects underway that are wholly or partially funded by borrowing, such as public works and the Winnett Park Sea Dike upgrades. Asset management reserve funding strategy remains at a 2.4% increase, or 1.2 million in 2026, and other costs increased by 1.5%, or 728,000, which I'll break down further on the next slide. Other pre-committed changes include the annualization of service level changes approved in the 2025 to 29 financial plan of 216,000, Facilities maintenance increased 189,000 for utilities, insurance, and increased repair and maintenance required by the district's aging facilities. Software licenses increased 157,000, including licenses for UBW Cloud, the HIRS, asset management system, and collapsible record system maintenance. And IT equipment and security increased 110,000, which includes IT security, employee workstations, increased network connections, and fire radio maintenance. Previously endorsed service level changes include an increased service or resource endorsed by council in a prior financial plan or previous council recommendation, and service level changes deemed critical are not previously endorsed, however, are designated as an increase to maintain current service levels at the district. Service level changes previously endorsed or critical total 1.1 million for 2026, representing a 2.2% tax increase. This includes fire services increases of 321,000 for 2 new firefighter positions as per the 5-year fire services master plan, and 150,000 for increased paid on call firefighter responses that's deemed critical. Transit service expansion increases of 486,000 or 1%, and other service level changes of 151,000 deemed critical. This includes additional staff resources required for the operation of small roads equipment purchased in 2025, increased park maintenance, as well as additional staff time to assist with the number of special events requiring public works assistance. So I'll turn it back to council for discussion on the changes to the base budget, noting the recommendations associated with part 1 of the workshop.
Council, questions at this point? So you're Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. A number of questions, but I'll start us off. In the other service level or the other increases section, it's just I appreciate some of the additional clarity that's provided, but it's still difficult to get like an order of magnitude. So like software license increase at 157,000, IT equipment and security an increase of 110,000. I suspect we already have existing budgets or envelopes for those amounts or for those project lines. I'm just curious what that like base is.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm not sure if Mr. Cordell's here. However, this is actually changes to our ongoing operating. So they're not items in terms of projects. They're ongoing software expenditures. I would have to, it's across the entire organization. So there'd be a bit of work to collate all of the base on that, but we can certainly get that back to you.
Yeah, I think for all 3 of those items, so like facilities is 189,000 increase, but like what is our general operating reserve for facilities maintenance that we have? It's really hard for me to be like, is that a 100% increase or is it a 1% increase? So that would be really helpful to have that brought back. My other question, and I may just be totally forgetting this, but the piece on the fire service increase for the paid on-call firefighter response, that's not something that I remember actually being in the previous 2 to 3 year plan. We put in 4 firefighters last year and 2 this year. And this extra 150,000 was a bit of a surprise to me. So can someone speak to that, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron Foote. I'm the Fire Chief for the District of Squamish. Through the Mayor, thank you for the question. The increase in the wages casual line item was due to a shortfall over the last 3 years that we've been managing as best as possible. We are seeing a 20 to 30% increase in calls year over year, and that has a knock-on effect to the paid on call portion of our department as far as the response and the training needs. And so we've been mitigating the budget impacts as best as possible, but at some point we have to bite the bullet and increase the budget in that area just due to the calls that we're receiving and the number of training courses that we are required to put on to achieve certification levels in the various areas.
Okay, thank you. And while I have you here, can you just remind me where we got to with the addition of the 4 firefighters last year? Did we get to a 24-hour schedule, or is that still pending with the addition of additional firefighters this year?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. So we are currently at 16 firefighters. And so we have a basic minimum on shift of 3 per shift. And so we are responding 24 hours a day with those 4 shifts. The 2 firefighters will help with redundancy on those shifts to try and bring those shifts up to a minimum 4 firefighters per shift. The 2 won't get us there, but it's halfway there, so it's a start. And to put that into perspective, our closest comparable community would be Whistler, and they're at approximately 32 firefighters. So basically double our complement of career firefighters. So we are part of that 5-year plan amendment is to bring our staffing levels up to deal with the call volume and the density that we're seeing in the community.
Councillor Pettingill?
Well, just before we lose the fire chief, I have some questions on that.
Pardon me. And I know we had a presentation a little while back, but on this 20 to 30% year-over-year increase, are we collecting, are we able to collect good data on the breakdown of those increases in terms of paramedical response versus fire response versus sort of backcountry rescue response?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. Yes, we do collect the data. We do have a dashboard that I look at daily on call responses. Our medical responses are climbing as far as percentage goes this year, and that's most likely due to the number of issues in the community as far as the toxic drug crisis and things like that. We do have an uptick in backcountry responses within the district. So I guess that's not backcountry, but responses for like trail rescue, that sort of thing have been up. And that's most likely due to the number of tourists that we're seeing now in the community has been increasing this year just based off of the responses and our dealings with them. So.
Okay, I'll just go on council. Any other questions on fire related topics before we go back to general questions? Okay. Councillor Pettingill, I had you next on my list. Was it that fire question? Would you like to have additional questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, and I apologize. I'm not totally clear on what belongs in part 1 and part 2. So just let me know if I'm offside, and I probably will be. But a contextual question to start in my mind. We made a decision, I think, a while back about our asset management and our year-over-year contributions to that. And, I'm sort of quite proud of that. However, when I look at the picture, I do sometimes wonder, are we too aggressive with that? Is that a dial we could, whether or not it's advisable to, where we could change it a bit? Or are we at a point now where there are immediate term capital projects where we actually couldn't dial that back and just take a bit longer to build up those reserves?
Thank you for the questions through the chair. So for the first piece of dialing it up or dialing it down, if you recall when the asset management plan was first delivered, it was noting that in general fund specifically that we were having to extend the life of our current assets by at least 50%. And that's where we're at. And this increase was to start getting us on track. Now, we will not be close to that at this point. So there isn't really a dial down option. I think at best we'll probably start to plateau after a few more years. The asset management plan is coming back. in 2027. And soon right after that, we will be executing the asset management reserve funding strategy, which takes the findings of that asset management plan, then layers on the projected sort of new, now that we have a 10-year plan of capital, what our projections are in terms of new assets, noting that the asset management plan is replacement of current assets. It doesn't actually take into account the new assets. So that's where the asset management reserve funding strategy comes into play. So we will say right now that we don't anticipate that there is a dial back in our very near future. Now, when we're looking out beyond perhaps 2033, we started looking at, okay, our reserves are looking, and you'll see this in your next package, are starting to look into better shape. We might be able to get it down, say, as an example, the general fund to 1.5%.
Okay, so just for clarity then, if I was to demand that we put it back to 1% for a year, that would put immediate capital projects at risk. Is that sort of what I'm hearing?
Not necessarily just the immediate. So there would be an immediate impact, absolutely. But it's all about building your annual contribution. So you would be just setting back the whole project back some years.
Okay, and then so I appreciate that. Just sort of more specific questions, which maybe these are part two. There's a community partner agreement staff position, and it's in economic development. And so I guess two-part question, why is that in economic development? And can you clarify what this position will be doing?
Thank you for the question. If it's okay with the chair, we might hold on that one. We do have a bit of a presentation in part two on that, and staff will be present to address that question.
Okay.
Okay, I'm guessing my other ones are in the same ballpark.
Okay.
So they're probably all
and
part two.
at the end of two, if we're asking questions about the first part, we can go back there. So if I'm not seeing any other one more on this, and then we'll move on to the second part, and then we'll see if we do a catch-all question period after. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, one last question on the high level. At the start of your presentation, Ms. Boxford, you said there's been a lot of work in reviewing the operating reduced costs and absorbing inflation where possible. Can you just speak to where some of that success was seen and where it was more challenging? Like, how do you actually, like, what does absorb inflation where possible mean, I guess?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we've instructed staff to look at their now that we have the robust systems that we can actually see some of the variances year over year, have instructed staff to look at their savings where things have just year over year not been spent to the full capacity. Then rather than say things that are fully inflationary impacts like maintenance costs or fuel as an example, rather than just applying a cost increase there, utilizing any savings that we could and put them towards that before we would ever venture on an inflationary cost. So that's the absorption side of things. And it's over all sorts of things. So it could be under consulting budgets. It can be looking at our labor attrition, a number of elements. So just really taking that full organizational viewpoint and saying, rather than just an abstract, value increase, let's look where we can save first.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we could move on to part two, and then if we have questions that pertain to part one, we can have the fulsome conversation there. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so continuing on to part two of the workshop, which will focus on budget changes pending endorsement. So this includes new service level changes requesting for 2026 and new service level changes related to the community grants and partnership agreements. Part two of the workshop is associated with the following recommendation: that council direct staff to include the following service level changes pending endorsement to the 2026 to 35 financial plan as presented today. As detailed in attachment 3 and shown here, service level changes pending endorsement total $252,000, representing a 0.5% tax increase. These service level changes are not yet included in the increase to the base budget noted in part 1 and may be included at council discretion. Items pending endorsement include library expansion of hours and the foyer gallery operations totaling $71,000 or 0.1%. and multiple other items totaling $181,000 or a 0.4% tax increase. This includes costs of encampment cleanup, public art maintenance, increased staff hours at the 55+ activity center, business licensing clerk, and costs associated with the Squamish Nation District MOU implementation. I'll now pass it over to Jay Deo, the Director of Recreation and Culture, to walk us through service level changes related to the community grants and partnership agreements. Wasn't here? Yeah.
So, okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here with Jay Deo, Director of Recreation Culture, here with my colleague Patricia Ng, who's our Economic Development Officer. So this slide shows the 2026 service level changes to support increases for some of the district's grants, fee-for-service, or operating agreements. Many of the agreements are currently year to year and will require future evaluation through the community agreements policy to determine if they're eligible for potential multi-year agreements. Multi-year agreements would provide greater financial certainty, reduce administrative burden on both parties, and ensure that partnerships remain sustainable. Funding requests are to support various needs of partners, including rising labor costs, administrative costs, and insurance. The final service level change requested is to add 1 full-time position to the Economic Development Department to implement and manage the new community agreements policy. As you're familiar with, the CAP was approved by Council in April 2025 to support improved service delivery by executing on the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan. Tactic 1.4, which is to build relationships with community groups to increase community capacity and resources by September 2026. Implementation of the updated, I'll call it the CAP, will increase community capacity and resources, which would help advance other strategic plan tactics such as Tactic 2.3, which is potentially increasing the number of inclusive and accessible arts, cultural, heritage, and recreational multi-use programmable spaces by Q3 2026. The CAP will support community partnerships to carry out greater strategic alignment with district priorities, transparent and consistent processes and evaluations for community and district project proposals, and consistent financial planning and reporting and intake processes. Currently, community agreements and proposals are brought to Council on an ad hoc basis, as you're aware, by the community or various departments. In 2024, as was shown recently, $1.36 million of fee-for-service or operating agreements across 45+ agreements were being managed in a decentralized manner across the district. Departmental staff face challenges managing existing agreements, largely due to capacity limitations and operational demands. Although having a detailed framework outlined by the updated community agreements policy will better guide staff to be more efficient and consistent in managing existing and future agreements, the policy requires significant additional steps, including pilot evaluations, proposal calls, intake processes, interviews, report writing, and multi-year agreement planning to ensure the policy's intended benefits are realized. The current decentralized approach does not set the district up for success. I'll pass it on to my colleague, Patricia.
Thank you. Patricia Ng, Economic Development Officer. So to help us fully realize the intended benefits of the policy and to minimize our implementation risks, can we go back 1 slide, please? Sure. Thank you. The development and administration of the policy should be centralized within 1 department with a dedicated resource. Without the centralized support and policy adherence and risk management, the quality of the outcomes may suffer. There are 4 key benefits to centralizing this role and taking this approach. It aligns with emerging municipal best practices by ensuring consistency in proposal development and evaluation and agreement management. 2, it helps to enable more strategic decision-making and resource allocation aligned with the district's many plans, the OCP, our strategic plans, and the department master plans that are related, including the ability to show collective impact, measurement, tracking, and reporting. It also supports
consistent and efficient implementation and adoption of the policy, with one team facilitating this process. And there will then be one team managing all the existing agreements and to help reduce the risk to the district and also ensure accountability. Next slide, please. With this role in place, the first 2 years, 2026 and 2027, would be focused on creating and communicating the process and the assets required to administer the policy. We would also be refining the roles and protocols in place, prioritizing, reviewing, and evaluating the existing agreements, and implementing the community-initiated and district-initiated process in 2026 and 2027, respectively. In the years following, we would look to have proactive relationship building and collaboration with staff and potential and existing community collaborators to address the capacity and resource gaps that we have, and drive new opportunities, including public-private partnerships or potential sponsorships. This will really be in service to help us advance the district's official community plan, the master plans, and the strategic plan through this process. The role would also look for continuous improvement opportunities in the process and the policy and iterate as necessary to ensure that this process and policy would remain a valuable tool for staff and community collaborators to lift community capacity and resources. So overall, the position is critical to move the implementation of this policy forward and maximize the intended benefits and outcomes. Without the role, the district would be under-resourced to implement this policy, and the timelines for implementation would have to be reevaluated with minimal internal capacity. If I may proactively answer the questions, why economic development? Economic development under community development is a great fit for this role to reside, because economic development's purpose is to stimulate, encourage, and support economic, social, and environmental development and well-being for our community and residents. And so it currently does so by facilitating dialogue, projects, programs, and partnerships between various district departments, nonprofit and charitable organizations, and other public and private entities. It also holds and stewards many existing agreements and groups to increase community capacity and resources. And we lead programs, initiatives, and projects with community organizations, so are well-versed in that area. So we already act as the centralized service and partner to our colleagues in the different district departments and community organizations. Through this work and having these established working relationships with many of our district departments, we would be able to build on the informed lens that we have to advance our official community plan and our strategic plan and climate action plan, all the plans that kind of intertwine with economic development through this community agreements policy. What would this role be doing, I think was the other question. Main task would be to create and manage these templates that we have in tools in order to ensure that the implementation of the policy is streamlined as much as possible, lead development of communication strategies, outreach materials, and stakeholder engagement to ensure that we have engagement and participation in this, because that is the whole point. And so we want to make sure we do that well, and it's something that's proactive. Coordinate the different proposals that come in between the community and district initiated ones to guide both our staff and community collaborators through this process, and monitor the agreements that are in place to ensure that they are compliant with our guidelines, and that we can look at it as a collective and measure its impact so that we can have more strategic decision making in this room.
Thank you for that and the extra with the answer to the questions. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill. Do you have a follow-up on what we've heard there, given these were your questions sort of earlier?
Yeah, I guess and my sort of question or reason for poking at economic development is, in my mind, some of the things we wanted to facilitate may have been a purely recondite. I think one of the genesis in my mind of this was a few years ago. There's a group that wanted a maze in Rose Park, and they wanted, how do we make this happen? And in my mind, this is one of the things that could go through the policy. It's not traditionally what I would consider an economic development project. It's more of a rec or community social. So
yeah, I think we're getting a little off where a position is required is more the decision that we're making here today, because ultimately how those roles are distributed and in what department they live falls to the CAO to administer. So we're not making that decision here. It's not a decision for us. So it's more like that specific role is the decision point for us today, I think.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not sort of, for me, there's an implicit bias that we're looking more towards an economic development angle if we fund this. And I just want to check if that is the case. It sounded like, no, that's not necessarily the piece, but
that's not what I heard in reply from staff, but I'll look to staff, including Ms. Glende, to
Thank
comment.
you. Through the mayor, the word bias was used, which is inappropriate. There is no bias here. It is an appropriation of staff resourcing and where it makes the most sense. Ideally, community partnerships are not only in recreation, and that is why it's in economic development. Thank you.
Right. So you're talking about the sort of the optics of that
and more of a systemic bias as opposed to an individual bias.
I understand what you're saying.
But and so that answers the one question. I guess the other piece is, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around, do we fund this? Do we actually propose greater funding? And it's sort of my question around what is the role doing? Because, we have been at this a couple of years. And I think the idea was for it to be very easy and quick for someone, especially a small project, to get through and get going. And it sounds like we may be a little ways away from that. So if we threw more resources at it, would we accelerate that? Or are we sort of taking on too much or overcomplicating this? I guess is what I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And so that ties to, what sort of funding does this actually require?
Yeah, I guess if I'm going to attempt to distill it down to the question is like, how was this level of resourcing arrived at, and what would moving faster in this area look like, given that everything that we know on this file?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. There's been several discussions around implementation of the policy and how we can best move forward the recommended timeline for implementation. Some of that is feedback from our consultant on what other municipalities of our same size have for structure. Some of it is looking at our existing capacity and where the best fit is. This is an iterative process. This is what we feel like is needed at this time to move forward the immediate priorities as laid out in the implementation plan. That may change as we continue to move things forward, but this gives us the best chance to move forward with the timeline we recommended through the policy presentation.
I have a question. I'll give you a second. I'll come back to you just to see if it triggers something. Part of this work is likely to result in impacts to like a financial contribution from the municipality or like drive another piece. How has staff been thinking about that piece of this in the financial planning so far? So we have all these sort of decentralized ad hoc arrangements we're looking to sort of bring into one central place, but there might be some financial changes there. Have we forecast any of those into the modeling that we've seen so far? It's like a broader finance question, I think, than maybe.
I mean, through the chair, maybe clarify, are you referring to what kind of financial contributions are you?
Well, as we do these partnership agreements, I think that there's a strong likelihood that there'll be some sort of financial commitment from the municipality, and whether it's for the services provided or so on. And during our development of this policy, we talked about what some of those implications could be of that? Just, and are we looking, and have we accounted for some level of increase in spending in this area in relation to that outside of the staff position, but actually like implementing whatever the partnership agreements actually commit us to?
Sorry. Here.
It's the page of the service level changes that you have.
Oh,
Like,
are you speaking to this slide or slide here?
Yeah, I suppose this slide might, does this address that? These are like the known ones at this point?
Through the chair, these are the ones that are expired and required additional funding, or there's been funding asked from our community partners. So there's more than this, but this is some of them. So yeah, I mean, the agreements would be managed still by each department. This position would help kind of manage and work with each department on what all of the agreements look like. It'll probably give us better insight in terms of what the commitments look like long term, and we can plan more effectively in our financial plan when we have a centralized approach to reviewing all the agreements and potential increases or requests from them. So yeah, that's a part of kind of the evaluation when we immediate priority is to review all the agreements and understand them better and what the financial impacts may be.
Okay, so one of the outcomes here could be at subsequent budget cycles, we could have a clearer and clearer picture as we go into year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 10. I'm still getting wrapping my mind around this concept. So that would be a deliverable of this, like a really desired outcome.
Yeah, through the chair, one of the recommendations that's mentioned was potential for multi-year agreements with certain partners, which would then give us more certainty or understanding in our financial plan. Whereas right now we have several agreements that are year to year, and we have not expanded them to multi-year until they're evaluated through this new policy. So yes, there would be more certainty down the road.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Oh yeah, good slide to be on here. So I'm struggling a little bit here with the idea of requiring extra resources to do the thing we're already doing, but more efficiently. So my vision, my understanding of the community partnership, the community agreements partnership was to be able to manage that more efficiently. We're already managing all of those partnerships within our existing staff capacity, which I do understand is stressed. But the request is here, if this centralized policy is in fact more efficient, I'm struggling to understand why additional resources are required as opposed to shifting existing resources.
Through the chair, I can start with that. So they're correct on being able to, we are decentralized, we are managing agreements. We are stretched. There's agreements that lapse and expire and create risk unless they're managed centrally due to capacity issues and growth in new agreements happening and no additional capacity to manage those. So there's efficiencies with this position. A key part of the policy is the intake process and being able to manage intake proposals and also to create proposals as well. So district initiated proposals that align with all these strategies and that the district has. We have no capacity to manage that at all. So if there's any intake process or intakes from the community or things that we want to move strategically forward, there's no existing capacity to manage. So that is a key function of this role, is to support those proposals and launch that process and socialize it with the community as well. Right now, we're receiving those proposals continuously, and you've received them as well, but there's no consistent mechanism to evaluate and work through those proposals. So that is a key function of this role.
Ms. Glendale.
Thank you. If I might, through the mayor, just to further build on what Mr. Deo has said. this is why it's being proposed as a service level change for council to debate and decide. Essentially, it's not just about doing it more efficiently, but it is doing more and fulfilling on the policy and the vision that council had for the policy that was adopted. We could continue status quo and piece it together with the staff that we have, and you will keep getting what you are getting and maybe a little less. It will start to get eroded as that staff gets stretched, but that is a possibility for now, given the tax pressures that exist.
Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I think just maybe back to CAO, where I totally hear that. And I wonder, like, what is the other trade-off, right? So the other option is like, this has been identified as a priority of councils, that we want to reorient the way that we do this work in partnership agreement. And so how do we have the conversation about what else gets dropped if this becomes the priority?
Through the chair, I haven't specifically, and staff haven't specifically looked at what could be dropped, but that is part of the conversation that council can have.
Okay, council, questions? It can be on this. We can move on and come back to this as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, so is a reasonable expectation that it's sort of, if a small group sort of wants to do a hedge maze in a park, that sort of our ability to intake that, we would expect that in late 2026 or 2027? Or would this role be facilitating that and able to facilitate that sort of thing as a concierge or something, sort of starting in 2026, early 2026? Or am I sort of off track and like, that's not what we're talking about at all?
Do you want to take this? Through the chair, thanks for the question. So we've outlined in the phased implementation plan 2026 to 2029 for community initiated proposals. There's a potential that we could activate this in 2026. Depends on, several factors, including who's hired, onboarding, prioritizing existing agreements and reviewing those and just getting people up to speed. But there's a potential it could be done in 2026, but we can't fully speak to that yet.
So, and I realize I'm getting into the policy a lot, but is there sort of a relative priority to sort of big versus small and external versus, like, are these happening in parallel, or it's one after the other as fast as we can? I guess in my mind, we might sort of be able to onboard the small community initiated ones sort of very early without needing a lot of templates and so on. But I may be off track there.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The immediate priority is to review existing agreements and those year-to-year agreements that have expired to evaluate them for potential multi-year agreements. Examples include SORCA, Sea to Sky Community Foundation, or Sea to Sky Community Services, sorry, and others. So there's a list of agreements that we need to review and run through the CAP evaluation process to present to council to kind of determine how those move forward. And then we would look at intake proposals. In terms of priority for those, it's hard to say. We'd have to go through a process to review those and say which ones would move forward. But immediate priority is the initial agreement or existing agreements that we have.
Just to offer comment on that piece, I mean, I think the suggestion of prioritization and so on sort of highlights the need for particular attention to actually achieve some level of prioritization and not the ad hoc approach of what's coming in. I'm going to venture a question of my own on a different subject just to give us a break from this, but we can come back here if this is where we need to. My question was around and maybe, I don't know if I'm early with this, but the item around encampment cleanup. And I just have sort of been thinking about impacts overall to our organization. We talked about fire earlier and just volume of calls. I know a lot of that is from, we've seen reports recently as to what that impact is. How did we arrive at this number, and is it a specific project? It just doesn't feel like very much, but I just wonder if there's more to this than just what I see here.
Devin Kinaga, Director of Public Works. Thank you through the chair. So the number that we came up with was based on not on staffing costs, but on contracted services, and was based roughly on what we anticipate would cost based on previous cleanups that we've done. Through time, we would have to refine that number, but that's how we came to the number that we came to.
So we're making some assumption that we're needing to tidy X amount of encampments or X square feet of previously encamped space or something like this to come up with this number. Is that roughly what's happened here?
We didn't get that refined, to be honest, in terms of breaking it down based on a certain percentage. We went based off of our own experience with the amount of time we spent, and then based off of known contractor rates for roughly that amount of time.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other? Councillor Anderson.
A question on the same item of encampment cleanup. Over the years, there's been a discussion that comes up once in a while about the issue of illegal dumping. And when we talk about raising tipping fees, for example, this question has come up over the last 10, 15 years to my experience. And I'm wondering whether this is a comparable activity on the part of our staff. We're looking at a dedicated budget sub-project. Is there an analogy with the issue of coping with illegal dumping? And one of the objectives here, I take it with the encampment cleanup initiative, is to monitor it, which is also an issue for illegal dumping. Is there a comparable? Is it the same folks? Could it be an analogous program or a parallel program dealing with that issue? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question. Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. Good question. Based on the looks I'm getting, I don't know if we have a complete answer for you at this time. Yes, matters of illegal dumping are likely similar in nature to some of the encampments cleanups that we see. To Mr. Kiyanaga, sorry, Devin, to respond to his, yes, we've seen quite a lot of requests come in for the management of encampments, and that could be either when they are still occupied or once people have moved on. And so I think they are somewhat similar and related, but this is specifically to help us address the encampment issue within community.
Excuse me, I'll follow up with a kind of a related thought. In the past, I've been involved with 2 community organizations that jump in for the district-sponsored cleanup day, typically in the spring, and then the Squamish Terminal-sponsored shoreline cleanup day in early September. And we have gone out and looked after the zone, say, between the estuary conservation area and the downtown area, and twice a year would have a team that would pick up the volume of a very large bin. And we'd be doing several trailer loads. My question is there a role for partnering with people like Streamkeepers or Squamish Can or others? Or is there really, my question is there certain protocols that need to be observed, safety measures for the addressing encampment cleanup? Is there an obstacle to deploying volunteers because we are out there to help out? Is that an issue of that may come forward in this, the opportunity or the constraint in utilizing community volunteers?
Hi, thank you. Shannon White, Integrated Solid Waste Specialist at the District of Squamish. I'll start to answer the question and then pass it to some of my colleagues if they'd like to pick up where I'm unable to answer. So I can more speak to the illegal dumping aspect and how that relates to safety. So through the solid waste utility bylaw, we have the ability to waive tipping fees at the landfill for community groups who are doing cleanups within the community, and we do that regularly. And so that exemption is managed through the solid waste utility bylaw. And then when those groups approach us, we often work with real estate department to make sure that those groups are either on private or public land and that they're aware of the safety precautions required. That being said, I can't speak to the encampment specific cleanup, but that's really our kind of our illegal dumping from the public perspective.
And I can speak through the chair. I can speak to the a bit to the encampment cleanup, and I might ask Pascal to chime in if I miss something. Definitely, there are safety concerns depending on the type of cleanup. So whether it's illegal dumping or encampment cleanup, the type of material you're cleaning up can be very different than shore cleanups and whatnot. And then there's also the challenges faced with if people are still there who might have been living there, or who have, or if it's dumping, who have been doing the dumping. So I can speak for when when public works staff are involved, it's in collaboration and close coordination with emergency services, with RCMP, to ensure that it's safe for our workers. If you start bringing in volunteer groups and whatnot, that just adds to the complexity of the logistics around safety.
Sorry, can I just add one other piece in addition? Something that's captured through this budget line is the cover of the tipping fees at the landfill. Currently, they have been on a case-by-case waived. However, then there's a cost to the utility that's not captured. So that is also incorporated in here.
To clarify then, within that $15,000 allocated here, there is the issue of tipping fees, taking that into account? Is that what I understand? Waiving them?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Councillor Penningill?
Yeah, I saw, if I understand, an ask to increase casual staff to support filming. My understanding had been that with the circumstances in the US, that we were seeing a drop in film activity. Is that not what we're seeing, or is there something that's giving us an expectation of an increase in film activity?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Stephanie Parsons, Manager of Cultural Services. So we are monitoring the situation with the BC Film Commissioner's Office, but at this time we are anticipating an increase in filming activity for 2025 from 2024. And we anticipate an increase in 2026 as well, based off of our volume this year.
Sorry, and I just want to clarify, we sort of jumped into questions here. We got triggered with this piece. Are there additional slides that you want to share with us before that might get ahead of some questions we might have? Sorry, we got a little, I think we all got a little carried away in questions there. I just want to make sure that we get through the presentation.
No, so the end of part two, we were gonna present council with a list of all the service level changes that are new, including the community partnerships service level changes. So it's actually a good point to pause now. And if council has any questions on any of the other new service level changes, then we can discuss that now as well. Yeah. Where did it go? There we go.
Okay.
So pause here.
All right. I'll come back to you. Okay, so no comments on this. This is just flushes out what we've been discussing. Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Okay, thanks. Through the chair, I do have a few questions on the slide. So the first I'll start with is the community grants and the various partnership changes. There's quite a bit of differentiation in how much we're like increasing, and I'm kind of surprised that the downtown BIA is actually a reduction. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but I guess I'm just curious if staff can speak to maybe not so much when each of those agreements were last updated, but like for an example, like the Sorka one is a 55,000 increase, and they've actually been increased year over year as part of their agreement. Whereas the Community Foundation is a 15% increase. And they haven't seen year over year increases in their agreement. So like, is this just whatever they came forward with, you folks are bringing forward for us to consider, or was there any sort of filter here in how we determine what increases are being presented for the grants agreements?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I'll start on question number 2. So yeah, generally these increases, requests from our community partners are brought to us by them. In terms of filter, the community agreements policy is the filter. That we haven't had a filter in the past, so our staff, use their discretion in terms of what the requests are in terms of if they seem reasonable or not, and present them accordingly. But in the future, these agreements would be evaluated through the community agreements policy, and brought to council to consider if they align with, strategic objectives, and multiple years as well, so they can kind of see beyond just 1 year. Steph, anything to add to that?
No, I think that's sums it up.
So can I specifically on the Sorka one, where do we feel like that's reasonable for a 50% increase in 1 year? And you can say that's council's decision, that's fine.
Thank you through the chair. I'm very tempted to just say that's council's decision. Essentially that is the answer. We, in this scenario, in this case, Sorka gave their reasoning, which I'm happy to go into, but they gave their reasoning, and when we proposed that for, that's why we broke it into 2 sections, what was provided in 2025. And I will make one point of clarification. It's not 55,000, it's 47,500 is the increase for increase ask for 2026. So the original, or the 2025 amount is $112,500. So we broke it into 2 asks or 2 sections. Status quo of keeping that number and then adding the additional 47,500 to align with what they are asking for.
Okay, I will chew on that for a little bit. While I have you at the table though, Devin, if I may, through the chair. On the road small equipment operator that's presented in the budget, so during the spring budget amendment, when you brought forward the changes for the sweeper plow for the trails, it was added in the spring amendment, and it was like one machine had broken and we needed to move it up. And at that time you said that there wasn't going to be increase in staffing because it was a replacement of a machine. And so I'm just curious why we're looking at an increase in staffing now when it was just a replacement.
Through the chair. So that machine that we brought at the spring amendment was one that we already had in our inventory, and it broke prematurely. This position is related to an additional machine that was approved for 2025, and we are in the process of purchasing. So it's related to a different piece of equipment. That makes sense.
I guess so. I'm confused on what the 2 pieces of equipment are.
I can break that down a little more. We currently have 2 pieces of equipment that we call our trails machines. They're the big red long machines that put salt down and plow snow. So the spring amendment was to replace one of those. We are now purchasing an additional sidewalk and bike lane machine, essentially. So it's a slightly different machine, but it's to further service our active transportation system. So at the end of the day, we will have 3 machines that kind of look the same.
Okay, I will chew on that. And then my other question was on the downtown parks operation increase. We added additional staffing levels to the budget. I think it was in 2024. That was then annualized in 2025. So is this in addition to that service?
Through the chair, just to be clear, are we talking about which line item are you asking about?
Hold on, let me find it. I have 5 different budgets open.
Is that
at
the
moment.
41413, the park maintenance for Honiak Dike? And
Yeah, that's
Garibaldi-
the one.
That one?
Right, so this is an additional ask, which is a combination of Aquatic Park, Garibaldi Springs, and Smoky Downs, which is located in Brackendale. So it's an additional service level request to maintain service levels because of new parks coming online.
Does that conclude your questions for now, Councillor?
I did have one other one, and this is pulling back to previous budgets as well, and just curious where we ended up with it. And this dates back to 2024, where there was an increase specifically in operations and procurement of porta potties was included in the budget. Specifically at the time, we talked about the staff response was that there was going to be 10 to 12 porta potties that was going to be deployed around the community. And I haven't seen any of them. I'm just curious if anybody knows where that service level ended up.
Through the chair, I would have to get back to you on specifics.
Okay. Additional questions at this point, Councillor? Go ahead, Councillor Penningham.
We in the summer we decided to keep the youth council going for another year, but I couldn't recall if it's on us to allocate funding explicitly this time, or that amount is just what was there before is still in the budget carrying through, or I'm at the wrong point in the budget process to raise this. I just didn't want to sort of say nothing in case there's an assumption that we're okay with not putting it in 2026. So I just wanted to check where we are, and if it's something to talk about in 2 weeks or whatever, that's fine.
Hi, Melissa Pumbluto, Corporate Officer. The Youth Council budget is incorporated into the Council Public Relations budget. And currently there is about 50,000 in Council Public Relations, and approximately 40,000 of that is allocated to Youth Council.
Is there a time when we can dig into that? Because we've sort of been operating under the understanding of 25,000, I think. And so there's just understanding that gap or what that means. I'm not sure when the time to discuss that is.
Apologies, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. Just for clarification, that's the entirety of your public relations budget. That is not what's been allocated specifically to the Youth Council, because we do not have a council motion or agreement to that. So that entire amount, which is just over 50, is your entire budget for everything that you do in relation to public relations.
I'm thankful that we've come across this topic, because I think some clear guidelines for that project would be appropriate. So I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner.
I guess I just seek further clarity again. In 2022, we passed a motion that specifically included a service level change increase for $25,000 for Squamish Youth Council. And so did that bump up the council community relations budget from 25 to 50? I think that was already there.
Apologies, I do not have that information with me right now, but I can get that for you.
Thank you.
I think I'm looking for other questions on this topic. I think yeah, we'd be well served to have that. I don't think we need to express it by way of motion, but I think understanding where we are with that project would really be helpful for both current and future. Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, and just when this comes back to us, an understanding, for me at least, of not just the youth council piece, but council public relations and what that entails, and would be helpful.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks very much. A quick question about the film and event fees. Do its projected or put forward in this budget change that the increased fees collected will offset the casual staff increase. And I assume that's why there's a zero tax impact on, I think it's table 3C, I think. Do the current film and event fees pay for the staff resources required to administer those?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. No, we don't have enough staff to manage the influx of volume of requests that we receive. So this is to support the current and future volume of requests.
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood the question. Do the current fees collected pay for the staff to administer the collection of those fees?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for clarifying the question. No.
No.
I don't know. Yeah,
I can double check that, but I don't believe we are. The increase in revenue from the fees and charges increase, as well as the anticipated volume in filming and events for 2026 will offset the additional hours for admin staff for the role. But we currently don't use the revenue to offset for our current admin staff.
Okay, sorry, that may have, again, been a different answer. You don't use the revenue to offset, but do you collect more revenue than you pay for the staff to collect the revenue?
I think we would have to double check on those numbers exactly.
Just once, Megan, do you want to chime in here?
Sorry, I just want to clarify I'm going to try to help to clarify this. Is this a looking, there's the what we've done, and then there's looking forward. So with the new fees and charges and this, like everything in, do we aim to, like, that's the goal is to be revenue neutral with this position? Is that what we're trying to get at? I think that's, backcasting is one piece, but we've done some changes to fees and charges. So I just want to make sure we're asking which tense we're asking the question in.
Sure. My question in terms of tense, I am asking for past tense. And that's if our film fees and charges only cover 50% of the staffing costs to collect those fees, then I don't understand how we think that additional staff will pay for themselves to collect the fees. So I assume, because you've assumed that these additional casual hours will pay for themselves, I assumed that there was some back casting to understand the existing cost of the staff resources and the revenue that they bring in.
Thank you, through the chair. So there is a relationship. So the projection in terms of revenues is related to the number of casual hours that we project would be needed to process the different permits and applications. So that's where that formula comes in.
All right. I still don't feel like my question's been understood or answered, so I'll leave it. That's fine.
I'll let you see if you can formulate it in a way that we can get there. Council, we are working towards, I don't have anyone else on my speakers list. We are working towards some recommendations here. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
And then maybe an SMO and a questioning, but the business licensing clerk, is that cost recovery as well? Typically, I thought our business licensing was cost recovery.
Thank you, through the chair. Jesse Fletcher, manager of current planning. Yes, when we submitted this initially, the business license clerk was thought to be cost recovery given our continued increase in revenue from business licensing. Sorry, our business licensing revenue has continued to exceed our expectations over the last few years consistently, so it is thought that it will be offset by revenue.
But it's still showing tax implication. So we tax for it and then cost recover once we receive the fees?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll jump in, sorry. Yeah, so typically we wouldn't necessarily offset if we don't anticipate specifically the cost recovery. So we can project, we'll put the cost in. If it recovers, then it reduces.
Okay, so council, we have the recommendation before us, and we have opportunity to seek more clarity or information if required on elements of this. I'm looking for, see if anyone is prepared to move a recommendation. I heard some questions around some pieces of this. If we need more information, this is our opportunity to do that. So, Councillor Pettingill?
Well, just for clarification, I understand why staff would prefer not to have us change our minds in 2 weeks, but are we sort of locked in with the decision today, or if we sort of make an adjustment, does that just mean, well, we've got to swallow a tax requisition change?
Yeah, maybe if we could get Seth to comment on sort of process here as to when our opportunities to adjust and the levels of complexity involved in doing so, and impact to process.
Sure, through the chair. So these initial workshops, we're getting your endorsement for the proposed plan as of today. And then if there are any extra changes, we'll bring it back again for tying it all together, which is another opportunity to be in front of council, as well as the first 3 readings at that point.
But the sooner we provide guidance and our ability to get more detail to make any adjustments to that point, or those are the points that can where it gets more challenging on the time perspective. So now we can choose to endorse what we've seen. We can ask for, when this comes back for tying it all together, to have additional information on contentious pieces. I'm looking to council to see where we want to go. Councillor Anderson, you had your hand up.
Mayor Herford, I actually don't have any suggestions for change or specific asks budget related, but I do have some budget communications comments to make. I'm happy to move the current recommendations that we have in there, with the understanding that an endorsement at this time, we can come back and re-deliberate various aspects of it.
Okay, so is there a so you're moving both?
Yes, I'd be happy to move both recommendations as presented.
Oh, this what's that, sorry?
Those two? There's another motion.
Yeah, there's another motion in our, so these two are what I was thinking. The other one is a start of a list. So this is what you were speaking to.
Understood. Yes, Mayor Herford, I'm happy to move these 2 recommendations. Okay. If one of my colleagues wishes to address the third one, I'll leave that.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? I'll second it to get the conversation started. Would you like to make some comments, Councillor Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Personally, we spent a good deal of time talking today about a new program, the Community Partnership Agreements. I have myself fielded quite a bit of curious questions and discussion among various groups in the community: recreation, heritage and culture, riparian habitat restoration. I think we can expect that this will be a topic of interest in our public engagement ongoing. I just looked up whether there was a new page dedicated to this new program. There isn't. I'm sure there's information out there and that staff have given this consideration, but we should be addressing the appropriate coverage of this topic, a new program, because there will definitely be interest in the community, so that we're ready for it during our budget engagement. The other item that's communications related, and I made this comment last year because it was my experience that there was a little bit of confusion around it. And that is the label we are using is economic and community development as an operating expense category, economic and community development. It's a convenient phrasing, but it is misleading. If we look at, and I had to take people over to the big binder during budget info night and show them that community development is a page and a half of line items. Economic is actually four or five line items. So it's convenient phrasing, but it is misleading. That's just an observation. Otherwise, I would also like to speak to the issue of public art and public art maintenance budgets. It's my observation that these are good investments as they are here. The public art maintenance consultant that we've been using over the past year and more is an outstanding resource, and it was overdue that we brought in that kind of expertise working across a number of municipalities, and that person's advice has been really, really valuable. And the project that's itemized here, the logbooks maintenance, we're going to learn a lot in that project because many of our public art pieces are wood. They are First Nations carvings, for example, and we have had a lot to learn, and we will learn more through that investment in looking after the logbooks maintenance. I just wanted to speak to those two particular items. Thank you, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Stoner?
I'd like to request a 10-minute recess.
Okay,
There's been a lot of information to digest, and I think before we actually try and provide functional feedback to staff on a very large budget, it would be helpful to try and do it in ways that are not half scribbled notes in my notebook.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to do what I'll do. I'm happy to accommodate that, and that makes good sense. I think I just want to go around and see if anyone is ready to make a comment at this point to help inform our thoughts over that quick break. I'll just any other hands for that? I think yeah, I'm happy to accommodate that. I do want to say that just process-wise, when we have something on the floor like this, we need to be extra transparent with where we are in quorum and so on. So I'm happy to take a recess. I would suggest that a quorum of council remain in this chamber while we do that, just as a way to manage the risk of that. So I'll look to our corporate officer. Thank you. So we're going to we'll take a 10-minute recess. We're back at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are, and just to orient everyone where we are, we have in our agenda package, we have moved the first motion in its in both of its parts. It's been moved and seconded. And just for council, on the screen was the one motion. The two motions we have in our agenda are part one and cover part one and part two. So part one is the sort of the pre-committed or non-discretionary changes that and that's what's been moved. The second motion that comes ready for things to be listed is our opportunity to pull apart that second half of this. So really the motion we're considering right now is the first part of the presentation that we saw, and the report was structured that way as well, just to orient everybody. So with that in mind, comments here or amendments to our course of action? Go ahead.
So sorry, are both elements on the floor, or just the first one?
Both have been moved together. Sorry, both of what's on the screen.
Okay.
There is another that covers the second portion. Both of these together cover the first part of the presentation. Section 1, Section 2 is the subsequent motion that is not on the screen, but is in your agenda package. So on this first part, are there comments or anyone that wants to recommend an alternate course of action to what's been moved and seconded? I'm not seeing any hands here, so I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Okay, I'm going to test a few things. One would be that staff come back with options to absorb all components of the general operating expense increase. So that's 582,000 within existing budgets for elements that are non-contractual increases.
So this is a proposed amendment. Just before I take a seconder on this, let's make sure that we have clarity. So Councillor Stone, can you point us just to where that part's articulated so we can make sure we look at the right piece of the table just for everybody?
Yeah. This is page 203 to 204 of our package. So the very bottom of 203, it says other general operating expense increases. This includes facilities, software licensing, IT equipment, and security. Again, if it's seconded, I'll speak to it. It's a total of 582,000, 1.2% tax impact.
Okay, and you're seconding this. Do you have the language you could share?
Yeah, I can type it out.
Or just go again. I know that we're looking for more information there. I just want to get the actual.
So that's direct staff to come back with a reviewed budget that absorbs all non-contractual increases within existing budgets for these three items.
And you're recommending this be a third bullet point here, essentially, like those other. I'm just trying to figure out how we fit this together. Yeah, like a third bullet point feels like the right spot for you. Got lost. 203. Oh yeah, it's the bottom of page 203. So
yeah, maybe I just need to vote against what's on the floor, and then I don't know.
No, it feels like to me, just from a process piece, I think if you're looking for that piece to come back, but you're comfortable with the other pieces, then this would get us there with that third bullet point. I don't know what else happens if there's more amendments. It might get stranger, but I think that could get us there. I'm going to go to our corporate officer for support.
Sorry, I would like to check in that it shouldn't be added as a standalone third bullet point, but your amendment should be incorporated into the first bullet point after pre-committed changes to bring them back. So you'll have to use the language that that you strike the information about as presented in the report from Financial Services dated October 7th and insert the following language.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Glende to provide some context for this before we go further. Oh, sorry, Ms. Boxer.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to make sure that council had the entire context here. So that first bullet is the pre-committed changes. So these are items that we really don't have discretion over. Now, if council is looking for staff to find a way to absorb those changes in pre-committed, that will not be changes to those specific line items. That will be finding savings elsewhere, and savings will come from service reductions.
Is that the with that, is that the sort of expected result from this, Councillor Stoner?
I think that might be part of the result. I also am hearing that there's $50,000 in a council community engagement budget that I had no idea existed until today, as well as 50,000 in council contingency. And so I also am like, I think going back to my previous comments when this first opened around IT equipment and security, I don't know what the existing budgets are for employee workstations. And my intent here is, and I hear that staff have done a lot of this work already, but even where we're sitting, it feels like it's too heavy of a lift for me to bring this out to community. And so my intention is to have staff go back and yes, absorb some of these costs. If it's going to require service level decreases, then to come back and have that conversation. If there's other pieces of the budget where it means that we are extending life of computers for an extra year, then that's the option presented. But I just don't have enough context as to how that work has been done internally to date to be able to feel comfortable with where we're sitting at with the pre-committed changes as is.
Okay. Sorry, and I had a seconder on that, so I'll recognize the seconder. And the amendment adjusts the first bullet point, not adding a third, which I thought was the path. So just for clarity, and I will go to Councillor Stoner. You've made your comments on this. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. The approach that this amendment is taking is looking at, so I have a very similar perspective to Councillor Stoner, that this is a very heavy lift for us. This is a very heavy budget taxation increase that we are asking our community to absorb. And each line item, I can absolutely see the reason for each line item. And so I think what this is achieving within a modest 1.2% of the increase is asking staff to do even more work. I know staff has done a lot of work to keep this budget as low as possible, to go back and look at it again to see if there are any other, and yes, I absolutely understand that it is very likely to involve service level reductions. But in my perspective, that is acceptable in this budget scenario.
Okay. So I'm looking for additional comments on this this amendment, and just remind that we're we're trying to convince our council colleagues of a course of action here. Staff have already made their recommendation. Councillor Benningo.
Yeah, just before I comment, can I get clarity on what the current proposed amendment is?
I will look to Councillor Stoner as the mover.
So it would be to review the general operating expense increases of 582,000 and come back with options for absorbing the non-contractual increases within existing staff budgets.
I'll go to Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I will be supporting this amendment, and I'll share some numbers that are important to me and have been highlighted to me by some of our community members, not necessarily in these numbers, but concerns with increases. So in 2025, $51 million was what we taxed for in property tax. And we're talking about, in these numbers, a $6 million increase to $57 million in 2026. And I was happy to hear earlier today the revised 2026 revenue requirement is 12.2%, which is down a little bit from numbers that we were looking at previously. Anything we can do to bring property tax relief for senior citizens on fixed incomes and the many members of our community who are struggling with employment, I think we have to do it. And that's primarily why I'm supporting this amendment.
So in thinking about this, I agree with what a lot of what I heard from the folks that have spoken so far. But I'm struggling to, as far as the overall concept of let's push and find areas to save, and let's step back and let's contemplate stepping back from some services to achieve those savings or a lower taxation increase. That general concept I'm supportive of, and I would, and within reason. I'm having a really hard time picking on this particular piece to do that. I think that if we want to provide this direction to express it as, we know that this 582 number, the total savings there that aren't contractually obligated are not anywhere near that 582. So when we think about actually what could be achieved with this piece, like what does a service reduction look like here? But I think if we're trying to, as a council, knock a percentage, 2% out of this ask, what does that look like broadly? And since that would be a more productive direction, I think, to staff than this particular piece. So, and we also have the next phase of our conversation here will be the second motion around those other pieces that have a higher level of discretion. So, so for those reasons, this motion isn't all the way there for me, and I'm inclined not to support it at this time. Not because I'm not interested in being efficient with our taxpayer dollars, but actually because I want to make sure that if we're looking for a further reduction in the ask, that we do that in the most impactful way. And I'm not convinced that this is that. Any other comments on this before Councillor Anderson? Yeah.
Only that my thinking is along the lines of Mayor Herford. I think that it would be a more, not sure what the adjective is, a better approach for staff to take another attack than the one before us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw, and then I'll come to Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of the motion. Similar to what's already been said, I do think it's really important that we try all opportunities to constrain our spending as much as possible. I think we should look towards systemic inefficiencies within the district and start addressing those as opposed to increasing asks for funding. So that would be my preference.
Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, through the chair. And just to clarify why I have picked out this particular component, while I appreciate that some elements within the 582,000 are perhaps contractual, they are not our labor contracts. So there are elements that are in the pre-committed budgets that are really non-negotiable. I suspect that some of our agreements with software licenses likely are also non-negotiable or have limited negotiation possibility. But those are also perhaps areas where we just need to absorb the costs within our existing budgets. And so they're difficult decisions to make. This is not something that I enjoy doing, but it's I think the only line item in the pre-committed changes, with the exception of perhaps a service level change or two that I might also bring forward in a subsequent motion, where we actually can push a little bit beyond just the second part of this discussion.
Okay, any further comments on this, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, just sort of listening to the discussion, and you know, I do have some comments for the next part, but on this piece, it seems we're acknowledging that even some of these pieces may not be very movable, and so we're expecting to address these pieces in other areas of the budget. But if that's the approach, we could take that to some of the non-discretionary staffing changes and ask for them to be absorbed in other things. And so I guess I'm just, in some ways, this feels like us requesting just in general to have another look at things. Like, is this sort of a test balloon to see, hey, if we find some room here, then we should dig further, broader? Or is there some particular concern with these specific items? Because again, it sounds like the adjustments have to be in other aspects of the budget. So, and I'm trying to wrap my head around, is this a 1 week worth of labor ask, or this is like, you know, staff could just, you know, spend half a day to come up with some options so we'd understand how painful it would be to cut some things and what sorts of things we could cut, and maybe that is a useful exercise. I guess I'm trying to figure out what exactly the ask is here. Or are we looking to cut $1 million from somehow, for example?
I think the ask as stated is to look at this particular section that does represent 500,000, 500 and plus thousand, but as we heard in comments, we don't know what's possible there, except for that, like the language around that's the pieces that aren't contractually obligated. So I have challenges with this one for those reasons, but and we won't get those answers until we give the direction and we get some scoping back, I suppose. So again, I'm all for finding ways to be efficient and responsible with the taxpayers' dollars. I think if what I've seen has already been is sort of coming from a scarcity perspective, not let's do everything. So I'm really not supportive of picking on this piece, but if we want to step back and say, hey, we'd like to really figure out a way to shave X amount out of this budget, what does that look like? I think that's a more constructive way forward, and I would be more supportive of that than this particular ask. So I think we've gone around the room, so I'm going to call the question on this piece. All in favor and opposed? Councillor Pettingill, Councillor Anderson, Mayor Herford opposed. Motion carries. So now we're on to the main motion now as amended. Comments on this? Go ahead.
So now, just to be clear, we're speaking of both of those bullet points, and now we're also, and that previous amendment was talked.
The previous amendment amended the
speaking to
bullet point 1.
pre-committed. Yep.
That speak.
I'd like to amend bullet point 2, or propose an amendment to bullet point 2.
Okay, go ahead.
That the fire services budget be reduced by 1 FTE. So the fire services increase be changed from 2 FTE to 1 FTE.
As we're through the chair, if I may just clarify, we're looking at a 10-year financial plan. And so did you want to reduce it for this year, or did you want to push it out to a subsequent year? The FTE.
Reduce it in 2026. Whether it pushes forward to 2027, I think that's a decision that the fire services and staff can make a proposal on. But it's an attempt. We've increased fire services quite substantially recently. I absolutely agree that there's a larger plan here, but we're in a slightly different environment now than we were when we made that plan. And so, yeah, I'm thinking of reducing the 2 FTEs for 2026 to 1 FTE.
Is there, I guess I'd look for a seconder for the motion. And I'd also want to understand from staff where in some of these staffing pieces, one doesn't actually, 1 instead of 2 doesn't actually account to 50% of the impact. It's actually, it needs to be 2 to have an impact. I've heard that before from fire and RCMP in different, considering shift work. So first I'll look and see if there's a seconder. If there is a seconder, I'd like to get just some context from staff on this.
Sorry, through the chair, may I suggest we get staff clarity before we put a motion on the floor?
Okay. Well, we may not, if there's no seconder, then we don't need to. So that's the other piece. So if there's no seconder, then we don't need to. You're going to second? Okay. Sorry, carts and horses, I think, for this one.
Hi, General Manager, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. I thank you for the question through the chair. I'll turn it over to Chief to talk about what the operational impacts would be, excuse me, of reducing to a 1 FTE change for firefighters next year. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context to some of the comments that were made earlier today. As we've talked about last year, and as we continue to talk about this year, as we're seeing a drastic increase in our response calls, and we are finding ourselves quite stretched with our existing capacity and quite stretched as the community continues to grow. I understand that these conversations are always really challenging, and so happy to provide any further context into that. We have previously increased our fire department with 1 FTE per year, and we've found ourselves in the position that we are in currently, where we are running behind in our staffing. But I'll leave it to Chief Foote to talk about what the operational impacts would be to just having 1 additional FTE join our fire force next year.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Operationally, we are quite far behind as far as the building types that we have in Squamish. Operationally, we have 3 firefighters per shift, with occasional fourth, depending on sickness, courses, that sort of thing. So currently we are far behind where we should be as far as our staffing level goes comparatively to other municipalities and comparatively to the building types that we have in Squamish. And so I guess reducing the number of the service level change for next year would put us additional pressure on the staffing that we have, and then the plan moving forward would have to ramp up at some point. And so those are the challenges that we have. If we have a flu season, that puts some strain on operations currently. We have a lot of overtime, as you may see, and that's just to maintain the 3 firefighters per shift currently. So those are our operational impacts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm gonna, we're not gonna do you have a, sorry, you have a question?
I just want to make sure I'm not clear, and I hope I'm not stepping into territory I shouldn't, but is this an area where we have some discretion? I know it says non-discretionary, but is that because some of this is contractual, or is this like sort of where we'd be just merely varying from a plan, or is there a contractual obligation at play here as well?
Oh, as far as the categorization of this, of these positions as non-discretionary, or as
sorry, these numbers and so on, is this a truly non-discretionary because of?
So we're talking the fire.
Yeah, there's mentioned about delaying a fire FTE, which I believe is a firefighter. And so is this truly discretionary, or are there contractual or other obligations where we literally don't have discretion here? I'm not clear on that piece.
Hi, thank you for the question through the chair. No, there's no contractual obligation to hiring an additional 2 staff. However, this was what was presented in our fire service master plan that was amended last year. And any delay in hiring will likely have implications for future outer years as we look to increase that staffing to meet the complement of staff we require for our fire service.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go back to just council comments on this. Did you want to speak to your motion more fulsomely? And then I'll go. Yeah, okay. And you second, would you like to comments, Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion on the floor. I appreciate that all of our service providers are stretched. We did add 4 firefighting FTEs to the roster last year. That got us up to 16. It is not as far as we want to go, but I do think it was a big step in the right direction. And I think the context, although we had approved that last year with a kind of a 2-year plan to get us up to 2027, a lot of the context has changed. And as we continue to look out into our 10-year financial plan, there are a lot of demands on our community. And so budget is always a balancing act. This also, the $150,000 in overtime for paid on call was not considered in previous budgets. And so I think by delaying one of the firefighters, it allows us to absorb that cost and not have quite as significant as an impact as is what is presented here in these draft budgets. So I think that is a difficult decision to make, but I think one that is important given all the pressures that we're looking at.
I just have some comments of my own, then I'll go around. I think on this particular item, you know, the fulsome consideration was the fulsome information around this action came through that that fire master plan. If I don't have the right title for the report, where we decided that this was the appropriate staffing based on all the complexities and all the factors that we had considered at that time to get our community to the appropriate safety level and call response, complexity of buildings, all those things that we have spoken about there, and we heard about in the comments from fire staff now. Again, if we're looking to save dollars, I think it's really important we provide direction that, hey, overall this ask is too high. Go find X amount of dollars or a percentage off the overall. And I just don't see this being the space where I'm comfortable making the decision contrary to those master plan recommendations that we all endorsed. So as far as public safety goes, we've endorsed those plans, and I think this is the walking the walk part. And it's hard at budget time, but investments in community safety are, I think, as much as we've done a lot, need to be done in a responsible way, and that's both. Actually, that is entirely to the taxpayer, not just their wallet, but also to their life safety. So I'm not supporting this direction at this time. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. And so this particular item is under what staff has titled previously endorsed and critical to maintain current service. We have been playing catch up for some time and are still in catch up mode with our fire department staffing and that contingency. So this is not something that I support. I do want us to stick with the 2 full-time equivalent firefighters that are proposed in this budget. And I mentioned earlier about our seniors on fixed income and the folks who are struggling with employment. And in this instance, I will add those who are struggling with mental health and addiction, because while I appreciate everything we heard from Fire Chief Foote, I'll add that these are also our first responders. These are the people who are going into the forest behind under one roof and saving the lives of those who are struggling with mental health and addiction. And to cut this in half, I think, is doing a disservice to those who most need the service in our community.
Councillor Pettingill, then Anderson.
Yeah, I unfortunately, I don't think I can support this amendment. In my mind, we did make a lot of hard trade-offs and where we ended up with the fire services master plan. I think as we have also worked to accommodate Bill 44, that puts pressure on, in my mind, fire response that, let's say there's a lot of opportunity to enhance that. I think there are other discussions to have with the province about whether or not they're providing us enough support to search and rescue and paramedic services and so on. But even just on the community growth piece alone, we are growing incredibly quickly. And that means because we're trying to grow smartly, there's some density and we have to be concerned. We just we see the increase of wildfires too. And so I guess for me, this is not an area where I'm prepared to cut further, I would say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the previous 3 speakers. I can't support this motion. I'm looking at a news item today, and it's a phrase that we've heard in the room today already, and it is, quote, a sharp rise in emergency responses to encampments. I think that there's another approach that we need to look at more often and more closely in public safety. And that's a more holistic community systems, if you like, approach that needs to be better emphasized. I see this in one of our council strategic plan items 1.4 under resilient people and relationships, build relationships with community groups to increase community capacity and resources. I may be naive, but as I look in other jurisdictions, they do more. And to alleviate these burdens presented by social issues in our community that result in these expanded emergency response calls. I don't think that the recommended approach in the motion is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Through the chair, yeah, I find this a really difficult conversation as well. I am concerned about escalating costs for the municipality and increasing tax rates year over year. This is a very big concern of mine. And unfortunately, I think this is another place where the province is letting us down by not addressing core social issues in municipalities. So I am on the fence, but I don't think I'm going to support it because I do feel like it's really important to support our first responders, and I am very concerned about the lack of support that is coming from the provincial government for these encampments that we're experiencing throughout the town and the increased danger that they represent. So I don't think I'll be supporting this at this time, and I do implore our provincial government to do their job and take care of our people.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I do just want to respond and reflect to some of the things that I heard, and I totally appreciate where my council colleagues are coming from. To me, this is not about not supporting our first responders. I think that there's been a lot of support around this table for our first responders, and this is also not a cut. We've more than doubled the firefighting complement in the last 5 years alone and built 2 new fire halls. Yes, there are differing pressures with the way that our community is growing. Our firefighters are responding to more types of calls, but also calls that I think we very openly have talked about are not necessarily calls that we want firefighters responding to, like things in the backcountry. I don't think we want to enable that system more. Well, I recognize that is the system that we're currently working in. And so to me, this is about continuing to commit to the fire services master plan that we had talked about. It's just extending the implementation thereof by a year in order to provide a little bit of alleviation on the tax front. There are not very many options within our budget to reduce by 1%, and that's what this does. And that's where the difficult conversations are. We can talk about adding $10,000 here or $10,000 there, and we'll spend many hours doing that. But none of those will have the same implication on our final tax budget as reducing a firefighter, or sorry, not even reducing, but pushing it out by a year.
Okay. With that, I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw, French, Pettingill, Anderson, and Mayor Herford oppose. Motion fails. So we're back to the main motion. Yep, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'll try one more amendment. So first, if I may, I absolutely see and respect all of my council colleagues' opinions and perspectives on that last motion. It is hard for me to, it is and was hard for me to make that motion. So the subsequent amendment I'm going to propose is to the second bullet point, the previously endorsed service level changes. And I'm going to propose that the category of other, these are increases, reading from the staff report, increases across various departments in the organization, including additional staff resources, operation of small roads equipment purchased in 2025, increased staffing cost of park maintenance, as well as additional staff time associated with an increase in both size of existing special events and number of special events requiring public works assistance. And specifically, those are items.
I have it here. It's 405, 435, 413, and 420 are all headed under other.
Yes. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
So, sorry, the proposal,
that they all be removed.
Okay, and council, I'm trying to get us context where appropriate. That last one, if it wasn't seconded, we didn't need the context. I'm going to use the same method here. Maybe we don't need to do this if there's no interest in that. If there is, then we'll have someone speak to it. So is there a seconder for this motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'd like to move on. Any additional comments on what we have here so far? We've got the main motion as amended. It was the IT focused one. Is the only amendment that we've had so far. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I think I'm prepared to support this where it stands now. I was torn about the First Amendment, which we supported. I think it was the first one. I'm not opposed to having a deeper look. I was trying to chase through to find out where we were on the financial plan last year, but my recollection is that we were at 15.6 and we're at 12.2. I'm not sure if the gap was quite that big, but I do see that staff have done a lot of digging compared to where we thought we were going to be. So I guess I'm just trying to be cautious about what our expectations are, and maybe the more room is for the new services we're asking for. But to the degree we can constrain this investigation, I think I'm not completely opposed to having a look and seeing, hey, is there any more we could do? I just want to flag we've had some discussion about encampments and the cost of encampments and so on. And just based on some of the correspondence we've seen, I believe there's a notion that we could, in theory, just shut down an encampment and then the problem would be gone, the cost would be gone. I think the reality is, and I just want to articulate this, is it's legally complex and maybe very legally expensive, and there are limitations on what we can do. And having a place that's centrally located, there are many things we don't like about that, but in terms of managing costs and how we're doing things, my understanding is despite there being costs, what we are trying to do from my perspective is find the most cost-effective way to manage the circumstance, given the sometimes limited tools available to us. And so I don't want to leave people with the impression that we're just blindly accepting a whole bunch of unnecessary costs. In my mind, this is tackling this really challenging situation in, among other things, one of the most cost-effective ways possible. It doesn't mean it's no cost, but we are trying to be cost-effective here.
Okay, any other comments on the motion the motions, I guess, as amended? I'll be speaking in support. I'm not very optimistic that the amended item 1 is going to bear as much fruit as if that juice is worth the squeeze, as they say. But I support but I will support this in the spirit that there's some meat left there, and we'll see what we get back. I do want to say that what I've seen so far has really demonstrated that the organization is looking for those savings and for efficiencies, and coming from a place of scarcity. So perhaps this is a case study for what those other elements are. But I'm happy to see this work get to this point, and we can move forward with a deeper look in a very specific area. So I'll be supporting, and I look forward to the next step of this, which is we still have to grapple with the other asks that we have before us. So I'll call the question here. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we're on to the second part. So this one is to deal with section 2 of the report, which had the more discretionary nature. Go ahead.
I just have a clarifying question to staff. So this is presenting the general budget, projecting a 13.3% increase if all of these recommendations are adopted. This is before any capital or special operating project increases. Is that correct?
There's a two-part of that through the chair. Thank you. So your 13.3 is correct. The capital projects don't have a tax impact directly. They're through the asset management reserve funding strategy. So there's nothing in advance there. And then the SOP, the special operating project, is included already in it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Through the chair. So any SOP that's funded by taxation is already included in the 12.2%. As previously endorsed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
And just for further clarity, so this does not include so the 12.2 does not include the additional discussions yet. It's if you bring it all in, that's 13.3.
Council, so just as each of these, I know that we have, we've already had conversations about how to trim here. Perhaps, I'm not sure if we're looking at a majority of these items being successful or being removed. I'm going to try treating this, I'm going to suggest we treat this as a consent agenda and see if anyone would like to pull anything for debate from the list that we have, from that section. Just to guide with that, it's page 211 of the agenda package is a useful piece. It's the service level changes yet to be attachment 3 summary of items pending endorsement. So to have all the numbers and so on, just as a way through this. So we could consider moving them all together and then pull them out as to debate them individually, rather than go through and vote on them individual items. I'm just trying to move us through this in a way that makes sense. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think I understand the idea. So in the spirit of that, I would like to pull item 440, the community partner coordinator.
Okay, is this endorsed block sort of thing resonate with you? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll pull item 406, the SORCA partnership.
Okay. Anyone else have anything on this list that they'd like to have an individual debate about? So I just want to make sure we're on side with the motion here will be, I'll sort of move the group as a chunk, but then we'll do a subsequent one that might just support this as well when we debate the other items. Does that make sense? Looking to corporate officer or corporate team?
We can make that work.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pettingill.
So sorry, there'd be an opportunity to discuss a possible addition?
Yeah, well, we'll do that with, I think we can do this if we're only pulling 2, we can move the block that's left. So minus 440 and 406, we can debate those 2. And then if someone wants to do another piece, then we can consider that as well. Any other suggestions for specific debate? And I suppose changing an amount here might be a thing as well. So if we want to discuss any of these in more detail, we could pull them and do that. Not seeing that, I will move the block as per attachment 3 minus number 440 and number 406. And those will be dealt with separately. Second by Councillor French. Just briefly, I think these are all well reasoned and represent a good investment for the community. And thank you to staff for boiling them down to the essence and what we needed to consider here today. And I know that these line items and even the description that we have just is the very tip of the iceberg of representing the amount of work it took to get us here, and also the accumulation of decisions that have led us to be here needing to make these choices. So thank you for that. And Council, any comments on the sort of the group? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I do believe that we need budget for encampment cleanup. That's just something that is required. Our library is a great investment in our community, and investing in our youth is something that I'll support anytime there's an opportunity to do it. And I value the arts, particularly when our library is involved in supporting arts initiatives. The partnership agreement I see as an investment in our future that will allow us to tap the potential of local nonprofits who have demonstrated over and over again their ability to take $1 of district money and triple it, quadruple it, make it more valuable, and put it to good use. Yeah, that's what I got for now.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
I'll just comment on the community partner coordinator position.
We're gonna debate that one separate.
All right, I was
separate after.
following Councillor French,
Yeah.
but that's all right. I'll
Okay,
come
I'm
back
just
to it
trying
then.
to
Thank
keep
you.
us.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I will support these going forward. I think that they are well-reasoned and justified and are very meticulous in the way that they're asking for very targeted increases on items that continue to bubble up within our community as core priorities. So appreciate the due diligence that staff have done here to find really discrete and clear ways that we can amplify every single tax dollar. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, since this is, I think, the last time to speak to this as a general point, I'd like to say that I found this reading of our budget and the budget changes and the service level changes to be the clearest, easiest for me to digest and follow that I have encountered. I acknowledge that that could be because this is maybe my third or fourth, but I do think this is really well presented, and I really appreciate the clarity of the committed changes, the required pre-committed changes, required, pre-committed, and sort of more optional changes. So thanks to staff for presenting it with such clarity.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Now, for the matter of these last two items, we'll do them in the order they appear. So 406 is the community partnership for Squamish Off-Road Cycling Association. Councillor Stoner, you pulled this. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, so my proposal would be that we increase this line item by 10% of their current contract value, so by 10,500 as opposed to the 55,000 requested. And if that's seconded, I'll speak to it.
You're seconding that?
So as noted in the report, and folks may know, the SORCA agreement is coming due, and this is intended to be a carryover to get us to a more fulsome review within our community partnership agreement model. The SORCA agreement to date has had year-over-year increases, whereas some of our other agreements have not. So for example, the youth agreement with Sea to Sky Community Services has not had an increase over multiple years. And in this year's budget, they're getting a 15% increase to try and accommodate for some of that. And so I feel like the 50-ish% request that came forward from the SORCA one for this 1 year isn't justifiable relative to the others that are presented here. But I would entertain a 10% increase to get us to a more fulsome discussion next year and a longer term agreement to better iron out what's being requested.
Go ahead, Councillor French.
We've heard a few times today the phrase hard choices, and for me, this is one of them. I was the person who went to the provincial government office many, many years ago seeking official society status for the Squamish Off-Road Cycling Association. So to endorse this is difficult. I fully support what SORCA has done and is doing and support their work into the future. I had a discussion with one of the SORCA representatives a couple of days ago specifically about this, and I heard the case for the money. And also in that conversation, I heard how Sorka has big plans to try and take itself off of this budgetary track with the District of Squamish. And I believe the organization has the skills, abilities, and tools to do exactly that. And I think that this move just helps them to get going a little more aggressively in that direction, and being a little less reliant on the district for funding.
Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw, then Hamilton.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm also going to speak in support of this motion. For sentiments that are very similar to Councillor French's. I mean, there are a lot of people in this town who have a bike that's worth more than my car. So I feel like that is a pool that should be utilized for funding that system. And when you go to other towns like Valemount, they have tons of ways of collecting assets from people, like donations from people for using their trails. And I think that there are lots of people who would happily give money to Sorka if it was more present, more in their face, more just like just easier to donate. It pains me to not give Sorka everything they want, because they are such an important financial driver in our community. They provide so much benefit to our community. But again, as Councillor French said, this is a day of hard choices. And you know, when it comes down to like Sorka or seniors or youth, you know, that's a difficult conversation. So unfortunately, I will speak in support of this motion, and I do love Sorka and I appreciate everything they do. And I really want them to start soliciting donations more thoroughly from their ridership, especially people who are visiting from out of town, so that it is less burdensome to our tax base.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, it is certainly with a heavy heart that I will support this reduced increase in funding to Sorka. Like my council colleagues, I'm a big supporter of Sorka. I find it's the fact that we have 2 world champions mountain bikers this year that come from Squamish is in large part due to the amazing work Sorka does. The facilities Sorka was able to put together at Brennan Park, the Skills Park, a facility that would have cost the district many times more money than it cost Sorka to put together. They are an amazing example of providing a return on investment. But in these times when we are looking at such a large tax increase, it is unfortunately one of those requests that I do agree we should reduce. So I'll speak in support.
Any other comments? I think I'm having a big challenge with this one. We know that the trail network generates, you know, the report says $60 million worth of economic benefit to the community, and Sorka's ends up being the stewards, has become the stewards of that over time, and not just on the to the benefit of the cyclists, but the other trail user groups, the runners, and coordination with the motorized groups, and so on. So our report had this increase being needed to match the current level of service that's there. So I think that I would have liked to have a more fulsome, before making this decision, have a more fulsome discussion and perhaps a presentation from Sorka to fully justify the ask before we make this reduction. So I won't be supporting it, which is a bit weird, because if we vote this down and it fails, then even the reduced increase fails, but it doesn't appear to be what's happening here. So I'm not going to propose. I've heard enough comments to think that an amendment to the full amount or some other course of action with having some more details in front of us would be appropriate. So I'll be voting. I won't be in support at this point. I'll call the question if there's no other hands. All in favor? And opposed? Mayor Herford opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. So now we're on to 440, which is the community partner coordinator. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. This is another one that's very difficult for me to put forward. And I spoke to this when we were discussing the community agreements and partnerships conversation, that I had envisioned this thing, the policy, the community agreements policy, I had envisioned it as a policy that would increase our efficiency. I am struggling in this with the presentation of this, that we are not actually saving any staff time, but we're having to increase the amount of staff capacity in order to service what I envisioned to be an increased efficiency for our organization. I recognize that not supporting this position will slow the implementation of the community agreements policy. And that is what makes this so hard for me, because I do believe that we get a good return on investment for all of our community partners, but it's coming at the expense, $76,000 that we're spending on staff time, not in those community partners.
So
thanks.
I'm going to suggest that we move. Actually, I'll move this, and if there's a seconder, then otherwise we're not debating. We could just not include it. So I'm gonna move it, and we'll second. Are you seconding that? You propose a different. Yeah, I just looking for something that we can be debating, because otherwise we could just move past it. Go ahead.
So I had a bit of a different tact here, and I'll test a proposed motion that staff bring back further rationale for the community partner coordinator scope of work beyond just the implementation of the community agreements policy. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Go ahead.
So I heard in the staff presentation that there was a broad range of what implementation of the community agreements policy was. Everything from like a 1-point person to direct folks inquiries to potential sponsorship policies. And we've talked in the past about like a fundraising campaign for Brennan Park. So as it is presented, I think just as like the implementation of the community agreements policy unto itself feels a little bit lean to me, but there were elements in the staff response that I heard that were potentially broader than just the point person for the community agreements policy. And if I'm totally off on that and my council colleagues heard differently, then I'm happy to hear other perspectives. But I do see a potential for a role like this especially as we extend into the second layer of our real estate and facilities master plan, and we talk about different ways of engaging the community in partnership to fundraise for Brennan Park, and as well as the one-off community agreements that come forward and streamlining that a little bit. If that position is going to include things like that, then I am curious about understanding that better. But if it is really just trying to take the pieces that are currently off the side of people's desks and putting it into one portfolio, I'm challenged by that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Anderson as a seconder who'd like to speak to this, and then I'll go Councillor Greenlaw.
I'm happy to support asking staff to come back to elaborate further and lay out some scenarios as to how this might unfold and work beyond what we've heard already. I guess I'm going to lay out my own interpretation of this program and what it could deliver. We have two strategic plan items that it relates to. 2.3, increase the number of inclusive and accessible arts, cultural, and heritage and recreational multi-use programmable spaces. We have a severe deficit here. We have a lot of community groups anxious to work with us, to work on their own, if we would let them. And here I'll cite the other one. 1.4, build relationships with community groups to increase community capacity and resources. That's the tool to realize 2.3, the facilities and the programs. We've got organizations wanting to move forward, waiting years for the district to have capacity to work with them. This, it seems to me, is a door opening. They're frustrated waiting for capacity. They have some solutions. I'll just throw out 2 examples. We have a riparian restoration program that was kicked in about 3 years ago. It still hasn't been realized. It's obvious to everyone that should be a multi-year program. It's a candidate for a partner agreement. And everybody, the people that are in there, they know these things. They have experience with these things. They can, it's not such a big deal if they were given the opportunity to propose a program. Another one is, we have in the past couple of budgets had money set aside for staff time and consultants to implement heritage management strategy, to do statements of significance. We don't need that. The groups here can do it on their own if we would only give them the opportunity to step forward with a proposal for a multi-year program to alleviate staff resources, to alleviate you going to consultants. Those are 2 examples, but I can think of others in recreation, culture, habitat restoration, social groups, community Christmas care, wanting some more, having ideas and proposals to bring forward if we would only open up the door for that. So that's my perspective on it. If staff can come back and elaborate further, that's great. But I'm not keen to postpone this any longer. I'm just familiar with too many groups that are frustrated and want to move forward with ideas that they have and program proposals. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
I'm going to start it by asking the mover if they could repeat the motion, please.
That staff bring back further rationale for the community partner coordinator scope of work beyond simple implementation of the community agreements policy.
Okay, I may ask for help in crafting a friendly amendment, I think, but I'm just going to start off with comment here. I think this is a really important initiative that will ultimately represent a decrease in staff capacity. And I do think, to Councillor French's comment, that this position has exceptional potential for having high return on investment. I think that's really important, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. I also consistently hear from community groups that they struggle with having their staff contacts within the district change year over year and having to repeat work, and how difficult that is for them. So I think that they would benefit a lot from stability. However, I also wonder if there could be a natural fit here of nesting this position under communications and with communications group, and if there's a way to find a synergy there, because communications is so deeply intertwined with public, right? So I wonder if we could have a cost saving there of introducing a position that covers both community engagement and this partnership piece. And I'm wondering how my council colleagues might receive that.
Just a comment where the sort of what a role will deliver and how we fund or don't fund role is what we're discussing. Where it ends up living in the organization is ultimately falls to the CAO's organizational structure.
Sure, but what I'm saying is perhaps there's room in the communications group to take on some of this work so that the budgetary ask would be significantly lower, and perhaps we could have somebody have an increased scope and perhaps a better pay to present doing the 2 roles.
Okay, well, we'll okay, that's fair. Just so I want to make sure that we understand what we aren't directing with this. I have Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to support this, and just sort of taking a couple steps back. I think, we support this. I believe I supported this with an understanding of the timeline that was implicit in this. And I do recall we talked about a role at that time would be necessary. So there's definitely council ownership of where we are. But as I reflect back, we're already 2 years in or 3 years in talking about it, and we've got another 2 to 4 years to finally implement this, and it's been a strategic priority. So it seems like we've gotten off track in terms of what our intent was, in terms of how long this is taking. And so I might actually be supportive of a doubling of the funding, or maybe not. Like, I'm looking to understand, how do we actually, like, even in the next year for small projects, get them a concierge so they can get rolling on them. You know, we've done agreements, we have a process. There's a lot of content in terms of how we select things and all that in the appendices to the policy. So it's not clear to me, and I guess this is why I'm supporting the motion of like what more we have to do such that it's not 2 years or 3 years before we're like in the full swing of this. And so I would like, I guess, some comfort to understand with one FTE, how are we sort of, and maybe what I'm saying in a way is maybe we just actually really need to relook at what we approved in this policy. I'm not sure that I'm sitting comfortable when I look in the broader picture of our budget and the costs here, that these timelines and what we really wanted to achieve is we're achieving that. So maybe it belongs in the budget. Maybe this belongs as a separate discussion, but I guess I'm not comfortable with where we've landed. And I think, you know, council, we approve this, so we may need to course correct.
Okay. Speaking in support of the motion, I think generally supportive, and my council colleagues require additional information or context for a decision. I do think that even in advance of that, with what I know of this role so far, with what we heard today and what was included in the package, and of course our work on this community partnership piece, which did start during our strategic planning session at the start of the term, I think to realize the, you know, that magic of empowering our community with a partnership or $1 from a district. I think I heard, you know, some conversation earlier about how far that can be stretched. I've heard so far from our team here that without this position, we're not actually going to be able to realize that. So that full potential. So broadly, I'm supportive of this position. But I would welcome more information that on this, and I hope that I'm hoping that this ask also doesn't represent a tremendous amount of additional work. Admittedly, it's coming back again, which means more work. But I'm hoping that the information required here already exists, and it's more of. So I'll be supporting for those reasons. So. Any other comment? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I think I will take it. I see this as an investment in the future. So I do support it coming back to us with more information and stronger rationale. I was prepared to push this through today. So I'm anticipating when we get this additional information, it's probably just going to strengthen my belief that this position is needed and is very forward-looking.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So can I propose a friendly amendment that we add
Yeah.
a consideration of, like a staff consideration of what it would look like if it was possible to nest this with the communications team? Okay.
I think that, you know, asking for ways to blend it with another role or something would be broader. But as for procedurally, you'd need a seconder for the amendment. That's the important part without weighing in on the merit of it. So is there a seconder for this piece? Okay, seeing no seconder, we'll move on to, so with that, I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak on this, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And I realize it's late. And we have another meeting to get to in 40 minutes. But so in comparing our 5-year financial plan from last year to what is presented here today, the biggest difference that I see in the tax increase under the pre-committed is actually under the police services, where we projected or anticipated a 2.3% increase for 2026 based on last year's financial plan. And this year it's only coming in at 0.9. And the police services is not something that we talked about today. So I'm just curious why that has changed so substantially, whether that's a delay in hiring, a change in revenue source.
Sure. So through the chair, so that is related to the RCMP contract increases, but we've been using the protective services provision to smooth it in. So that's what we did this year to help smooth that in and lower that.
Oh, yeah. And I'll just add to that we increased the protective services from what we had last year. So we've looked at projected ahead on the protective services provision and increased the use of that to help with reducing the budget. It's very healthy going forward.
Okay, council, we are, I don't even know how to quantify how far behind we are in our day at this point, because time is a construct in this room. We do have one item left on this agenda before we have a motion to close. So we have this one we've seen recently. Does anyone have questions on this? The next piece? I don't think we need a presentation on it. We've seen it.
Two on the budget still.
On the budget still. Oh, man. Okay.
Two things that I just want to make sure. One was raised. So the youth council and the council public relations piece, we didn't have a specific motion. Is that going to come back with us, or do we need a specific motion on that? Just some clarity there.
I would always welcome a specific motion. So
I would
thank you
move
for
that at the next opportunity, staff bring some clarity on the youth council budget and council public relations budget line items.
Okay. I'll second that. I don't think we need any more comment on that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, yeah, got another question. Go.
Yeah, there's a question about porta potties and clarification, and related to that, I've noticed that in a lot of events, Junction Park is closed, and then there's porta potties out back, and it's a very strange thing. So I would appreciate some discussion and understanding, where we are in porta potties. Do we need to adjust the budget to keep our bathrooms open? I don't want to get in a big discussion now, but
there was a capital project for the washroom project as well. Yeah. Okay.
No, but just operations during festivals and stuff, understanding, do we need to change our budgeting there? So a motion to bring back some budget clarity about bathrooms.
Washrooms, including outhouses. I'll second that. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay. So now the next agenda item, thank you, is the local service area budget request for the Squamish Aquatic Center. You're going to move it. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Any discussion on this?
Just for the sake of the public who might still be watching, we did see this a few weeks ago, and thank you for including the amendments that were requested by council, which were to increase by CPI the various expenditures, as well as amend the description of the service provided to include the regional nature of the pool. And I think that it captured everything that we talked about previously, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. I'm looking for a motion to close, please. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody, for your works every day, including today.